When we last left off, our intrepid heroes began Downtime. Mostly it went about as you would expect from Downtime. Some lore rolls were made, research was done, items were crafted, training was done and undertaken.
A
However,
little lore was done. A little
for
research.
most of you, most characters undertook one or two research lore actions, cast legend lore a couple times. That was fine.
And
One
then
of
I
you
spent 600 gold on having 3 scholars work non-stop for 3 months each.
Yeah, so Merz got 111 questions, and I ended up having to write 3,500 words of answers over the week, but that was fine. Hopefully, there was some enlightening information in that document.
Oh yes.
But yeah, that was all that happened during Downtime, except for the one attempt at adventuring, in which 2 player characters and an NPC decided to go on a winter expedition, beansed all of their travel rolls, and encountered a powerful winter fae who whooped their asses. That's now her town of Igniscala, not yours. Get your own. But before we dive back into the ramifications of mistakes and triumphs during Downtime, that's what I'll choose to term Merzendi abusing me of all of my lore forever.
Don't worry, I've only already started planning the next few sets of things I want to unleash my scholars on.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh yeah.
It's okay. It's okay. After this, I'll just make a new campaign setting. Get more secrets that way. It's fine. But yeah, so we're gonna zip backwards through time a bit. Back to Bergolf before Downtime begins, because Tarn sprung a question on Siggy. That question being, do you want to get married in 2 days? And she said yes. And so here we are. Tarn went ahead and rented out the Temple of Lanin here in Pergoleth. Please ignore any similarities with the Temple of Lanin on Suncrest. Is there anyone outside of the party themselves you would like to invite to your wedding, Tarn? Well, the party and Siggy, his brother.
Let's see. All of the people that we brought with us, I see most of them are here, but unless Siggy is very much against it, I would invite August and Airy and
the family
their
Autumn Star
kids.
all together. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, she doesn't have a problem with that. Hopefully Lanin doesn't.
It's your wedding, not Lanin's wedding.
You're just having it in her house. It's fine. She's out for the weekend anyway.
Maybe not.
Well,
I'm not sure who else there would be, at least not here.
hey, you've got a pretty sizable congregation just from your immediate friends, so no need to stretch your brain too much.
Remind me who Joe is?
Which one?
Scowl. She said Cassis Bro and Joe.
Well, I mean, obviously not bro. Franz and
Friends and Joanna.
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 Ah, yes, of course.
Okay. You can invite.
They were there at the big drinking. It would have been weird not to have them.
And Lisbeth.
Yep, Lisbeth, because she wants up on your deck.
That would strike me as a bit of a dick move, honestly.
Yeah, kind of weird, yeah. But, you know. Is Lindsay here?
She is not. I mean, she's in town. If you would like to invite her.
Yes, I mean...
I mean, look, it's a chance for it's a chance for the full cast family to attend, and obviously the Duke gets to see precious Lindsay wearing, like, you know, a lovely little dress for her church.
And yeah, you could also invite the Duke and his wife as well, I suppose.
It's
You
now
know, at
become
this
a room
point,
full of
it-
movers and shakers.
At this point, it would actually be rude not to. So,
All right.
There
Yeah,
you go. As close to the
you
real
can't
wedding
just-
experience as you can get.
Yeah, you can't just bring all of their family and then not invite them as well. That would be really rude, actually.
Sure, you can in fact invite the Duke, and your mileage may vary if you're surprised or not, but he will accept the invitation. For all you and your friends did rescue his daughter, it is only right he show up.
oh yes, she's there, right next to Nahia, of course. Sudden thought of, is there no Nahia? But no, she's there.
She's right there.
Yeah.
I just
I just-
assumed everyone's wives would be in attendance.
I just sort of expected her to be actually next to rather than behind.
Well, I
Heck,
suppose.
if anything, I should be behind these guys because I'm so much taller than them.
Yeah,
you know, that's fair. Hold on.
I'm all the way in the back row.
Oh God,
Yeah,
where did you go?
I think also that
I have no. Oh, here I am.
Oh, okay.
Savin,
You're under Cleona now.
What's up?
the Duke and his wife should be like over here, closer to the other cats.
Yeah, but
Speaking of,
Victoria's
I
over
think
here. You want
people
to
should
be
over
with
here.
their actual family rather than just Gianna.
Well,
I mean, Cass, there's no
needs
room.
So, look, we've got to get this to a real wedding as close to as possible. Everyone going, but what about
I
all
think-
the chairs?
I think Ursula and Szooth should go over here because they're both
Because they're
short.
manlets.
They're both short. So behind the Amazon, in front of the Amazons.
I prefer the term short stack, thank you.
manlets.
You are not stacked. You're just short.
What are you talking about? Yeah, you guys forgetting.
You've only got a butt. That's not stacked. You're just a pair.
How dare.
You're one of those Weeble Wobble clowns that when you hit, they bounce back up again.
Oh,
How dare.
You
Them's
don't
fighting
tell
word.
Exactly how you function.
I have never been so
So-
insulted, good madam.
So accurately.
So, Scout, thank you for deciding on the post-wedding entertainment. The punt for Kobold up and down.
Oh, yeah.
no twerking allowed at the wedding.
Would that be a rockin', boppin' kobold?
Oh, yeah.
No.
Oh, no.
Oh no.
rock and bubble kobold. Yeah, perfect.
Okay, hold
You done?
on. All right, almost forgot. Very important. If you're inviting Lindsay, you get 2 extra flower children.
Oh, of course.
Yay!
Yes.
Well, I suppose only one. Rebecca's can't really walk yet.
Yeah, no, she.
Cat-
Surely she'd be in like Cooney's arms instead, since Cooney's are tall.
Yes, you're right. You know what? That's fair. She
I-
can
this-
reach
this-
into the basket and fling some little flower petals.
Yeah, this is an arrangement I am used to seeing. Is just like loads and loads of flower girls. It's just all clinging to each other and throwing flowers like goddamn crazy.
That's adorable. But yes, Cooney will be your little flower girl, attended by Cassidy III and Rebecca. And lacking parents, there will be Sir Sigismund to give his sister Siggy away. Procession will lead them in. Sigismund, dressed up in his finest uniform and sword on his side, will lead up a bride dressed in a remarkable white and blue gown adorned with Lanon's thunderbolts around the waist. Karn, I imagine you're wearing that marvelous uniform again?
Yes.
So yes, you are given the bride. The priestess will invoke Lanon to keep you both safe, keep you sound of mind and hale of body, that together you may smite all your foes and have many healthy, strong children. You may kiss the bride. And as you takes Siggy's hands, though it is a bright and sunny day out, there is an abnormal rumble in the sky, and you could swear you hear the bell above the church ring on its own. A couple guards will quickly rush in and say that, why, the very tower was struck by lightning just now.
Uh-oh.
No, that we're in a Lanan church. That's a good thing. Not an
Is that a good thing?
Yes.
The one time it is a good thing.
Well, presuming the bell doesn't fall out of the tower and crush me, I will take that as a sign of Lanon approving rather than urgently wanting to stop this.
No, it seems to be a sign of blessing. Indeed, the priestess smiles and puts your hands together and tells you that this union is clearly blessed by the Storm Maiden. And yeah, you can exchange rings, vows, kisses, and before all the gods and mortal laws, you are now man and wife. Congratulations.
Excellent.
Aside from the bride herself, is there anything you'd like to do after the wedding? Anything you'd like to accomplish with this esteemed gathering of guests?
Slut wedding. Slut wedding. Wedding 2. Kids out.
No, I'll leave that for, when you have the Salamander wedding. Yeah, just go around thank everyone for being here, but presume receive what I hope are well wishes.
Oh yeah.
And yeah, just generally be a good and appropriate bridegroom.
Just
Indeed.
whisper something to Siggy. Let's see, how the hell do you whisper to GM?
/W space GM space whatever the message is.
Okay, GM space.
The
Okay,
Szooth
Szooth
at
only
the Met
cry-
doesn't hotbox the chat.
No, that was to see how much Szooth cries. He only cries a little bit.
Okay.
Laning just made it slightly misty
Of
in
course,
the
yeah.
in the temple.
Try not to cry. At least you didn't crit fail, Jesus Christ.
That'd be sad,
Try
just
not
a
to cry.
bawling
Cry
kobold.
a lot. I mean, a bawling kobold, though, very easy to quiet. There's an Ursula right there. You just sort of lift him up and shunt him in until no one can hear anything.
I resemble that remark.
And I just puts a finger on the head
Hey,
and just push down into cleavage.
Hey Nahia. As
Yeah.
you are standing there, clapping for the finished ceremony, you notice Siggy has a bouquet which is being flung in your direction. Would you like to try and catch it?
Oh god, I'm such a bumbling fool, though.
You are,
Ah.
and there are many horny gals directly in front of you.
Oh
But you are
god.
also the tall.
That's right, I am tall, and the small should fear me. Yeah, alright. The small should fear the tall. What do you want for that?
I think dexterity would be appropriate.
No athletics.
Sure, athletics. Athletics works too.
Eileen.
All right, Lindsay does not even try to catch it. Let's see, Joanna.
Right.
Oh, almost.
Almost, but you just have that little bit of extra reach over her to snatch it up.
However,
Cleona,
I will grin, pluck one of the flowers out of the bouquet, and slide it into Joanna's hair, nudge her towards Franz.
Franz gives you an appreciative smile, but Anaya and Cleona are both oohing and awing in delight at you.
Of course. Shall make sure that flowers are slid into mine and Anaya's hair, and I will very kindly ask Voron to go escort one over to Cleona.
So yeah.
I'd do the same for Marie, but I do not want anyone to make any kind of assumptions. She does not know any better.
No, Marie is just excited for Mom 2 to become official in the near future.
Yeah.
Aw, yeah, not a bastard anymore.
I was about to make the joke of how come you get so many, how come you get two moms? And then look over at the polycool over here and be like, it's not an impressive number. I wouldn't worry about it. Nixie and
No.
Melita are set.
Yeah, they're good. They're good. So yeah, the wedding goes off without a hitch. Flower children
Except
are
for the one that's
adorable.
intended.
Well, yes, there is a specific hitch which is intended and goes off flawlessly. And after some drinking, some cake eating, Tarn and Siggy are escorted off to make things official in the marriage bed, as it were.
Alright. Just so long as they aren't expecting us to display the sheets with hymen blood on, because,
Please, this is a Lion Fang family. They expect you to bring back the thing sodden end to end in semen.
Basically.
Alright. I mean, that's certainly a lot easier to arrange.
Right, and now that Mercy's here, the Elvara part, their return.
Yes, indeed. A few days later, you will be able to zip back to Ivara, bride and friends in tow, and pay your dear old dad a visit who did not get invited.
I mean,
It's fine.
so, as far as Hobgoblin culture is concerned, we were already married.
I mean,
so
it's true, but still.
dragging him along to a foreign wedding would just be weird. Also, can I have my
A
new
foreign
token?
wedding. Yes.
Oh yes,
a
this
foreign
is the
wedding
old ass token.
in enemy territory.
That sounds like my kind of wedding.
What is? Yes, but that's
Yeah.
not only that. Foreign wedding in former hostile territory, the main fucking birth capital of the resistance to the Hobgoblin Empire.
Don't forget a direct
Teaming.
descendant from the person who killed your previous emperor.
Yes, and a lot of like this is the hometown of a lot of fuckers that completely blew your fucking kingdom come.
Holy shit, Merz. The only way you could have a more DCL wedding is if you were actively fighting the wife.
I mean, we already did that bit.
Yeah, you soloed the wife.
That was their first date.
I
That
know,
was
I
in
know.
fact the first date. Yes.
Holy shit. Is Tarnavak more of a DCL character than... Holy
Yes,
crap. Merz,
he
get out of my
is.
head!
What a weeb! He has a fucking katana, my dude. He's fucking.
Yeah, he's got a
Japanese with
katana, has literally never used a spell, whereas you started part wizard and moved on to spirit wizard instead.
Oh my god, you're right. Oh my god!
Also, he's the unbreakable, whose determination has led him to never be defeated in battle.
Oh my god! I didn't need my eyes open like this!
He's using jutsu.
This was supposed to be a throwaway joke!
No, sorry. Instead, what you did was shovel up a heaping pile of reality, and it hurts deep.
Anyway,
So, I'll be having the salt thrown now, thank you, Duckles.
Oh, my throat!
here's a little salt shaker for you. There you go. It's yours now.
Oh my goodness.
But yes, once you return from Pergolith, and just gonna replace DCL's token with a salt elemental here. There you go. You can head over to your home, and Ursula has a gift for dear old dad. Once you deliver the potion, he'll sniff at it suspiciously. But hobgoblins aren't nearly so averse to alchemy as they are to magic. And once you explain what it does exactly, has no reason to mistrust you. The only one here who's not a witch. It's alright. We'll take the
Oh,
potion.
this time it might sting a little bit.
I'm sure it stung worse going out. Then we'll chug the potion. He's only mostly wrong. He does a good job of gritting his teeth and bearing it as his missing bits return to him. And the skin there, of course, as you might expect, where the rest of his hands are weathered and worn from years and years of field service, these new fingers are flawless, baby smooth, quite incongruous with the rest of them. When things are done, he clenches and unclenches his fist and looks down at them with a bit of a smirk on his face and mentions that he feels like he's got the hand of a babe now.
Don't touch yourself for a while then.
I didn't want to make the joke.
Deadpool already
I'm
made
glad I
it
did
for
not.
me, but you know.
I'm just gonna
Ew.
say that don't worry, you'll roughen it up in no time.
It's true, he will, especially since I believe Tarn got him a job with the town watch. So he'll have some recruits to bully over winter.
Indeed. Now you can swing your sword properly without hindrance. Just gives a thumbs up.
And he can. And Ursula, do you speak Goblin by any chance?
No,
All right,
only
then.
no common, dwarf, giant.
All right. Yeah, Tarn, you will hear your father rumble in Goblin to tell your friend that for a filthy foreigner, she's pretty damn all right.
Thanks, racist uncle.
Well,
I was about to say.
I mean, it is what it is.
No, that you just say it's a thank you, Boomerback.
That's accurate.
so- You can tell her yourself. Come on, old man. You're stuck here for a while.
Grumbles again, and you can swear you see his hair go a little whiter having to do this, but he will square up his shoulders to Ursula and with some struggling with his words, he will say what you are sure is a genuinely heartfelt thank you, Ursula. You give your people a good name.
Well, at least somebody does. I just clap him on the shoulder. Don't worry, no need to thank her. Told you I'd fix it for you. Your Tom's dad, your friend.
A momentary expression you're not sure you've ever seen before comes over the old man's face, but he will smile and he'll just take your hand from his shoulder and clasp it in a warrior's handshake. And yeah, he's got.
He just smiles and shakes it back in a formation.
So yeah, he'll be spending the rest of the summer doing some training for both himself and the town guard, now at full operating capacity. Sorry, winter, Jesus Christ. Look. It's getting on towards summer here in the real world.
Oh yes, it's gonna be nice and sunny and warm.
I can't tell if that's sarcasm or not due
No,
to,
that I
Sweden.
enjoy summer. I don't enjoy mosquitoes. I enjoy summer and heat and sun because if you fucking remember, I'm South American, living in Sweden.
Yes, I can imagine. Fair enough.
Give me some of that good old fucking sunlight.
All right. With that done, is there anything else that needed to be taken care of over downtime?
New
Taxes.
Mari needs a big summon, and she needs a great big hug.
Yeah, let's do taxes first real quick, and then yeah, you can. You can hug a burb, I guess. So Ursula, Tarn, both of you can make advantaged intelligence checks, or you can use your tax attorney Leonid's intelligence, which is +4, whichever you prefer.
I have a negative, so I'd rather help him.
Yeah, I imagine you probably would.
Yeah. And I will actually give him a documented list of all the fucking items all the fucking gold I've gotten, all the fucking items I've gotten, when and where, what location, and the latest expedition, and how much have been spent, and how much have been reinvested into Aurora's economy here.
Excellent. That will help quite a bit.
Yeah. So is it just intelligence?
Yes,
or,
this is just going to be raw intelligence.
Okay, yeah, I will make use of his as well, then.
Makes sense. Well, you dropped a 1. That's pretty good. You avoided the audit.
Okay, so 320 D1 plus 4.
Mm-hmm. Oof. Okay, so the base tax rate in the town is 10. Tarn, you're going to end up paying 8% taxes this year. Ursula, you're going to 2, 4, 6, 8. You'll pay 2% taxes.
Wow.
Because of this incredible record keeping you've done, Leonid is able to find you some truly outstanding loopholes that you're able to wiggle your way through with aplomb. And yeah, you barely end up paying anything at all.
Well then.
I mean, you could have done that on Suncrest, just buy a shitload of slaves.
That's what I did.
exactly.
That's my big write-off. It's great.
I mean,
You guys are wasting money.
I missed out on a couple of those critical sessions where that was possible.
It's true. It's true.
And I didn't make money until, after I, won a shit ton of it on betting.
But yeah, Ursula finds some sort of potion-related loophole that is able to save her an astounding amount of money.
Technically, during the critical parts of tax season, she is a small business owner in the alchemical sectors, so as such, she only has to pay corporate tax.
Yeah, exactly. And in addition to that, this season's been pretty rough on alchemists due to various problems within the city. You know, there's a minor plague and all these people getting butchered at the government building. So there's definitely some sort of government stimmy she got to benefit out of and pay that back into her taxes. All in all, she got a good deal. Also, I think Ursula is actually just literally a small business owner now, but with buying a bunch of actual alchemists. So yeah.
That was the joke, yes.
I mean, I know, but like that just clicked for me. Like, oh yeah. Anyway, enjoy
that's the
Covenstone's
totality.
Part 2, Electric Barreloo.
Yeah. That's I wrote out how much my total tax is right there.
Sounds
Just
good.
insignificant.
Yep.
7 of these. That
And so, yeah, while they're dealing with that, Nahia, you are able to enact a summoning ritual to acquire Greater Borb. I guess, let's see, you're a full-on Celestial Warlock now, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Do you actually still have Voron as a class feature?
No longer as a class feature.
Alright, well, he is now just a Raven.
Yep.
Because you acquire Mori.
Wasn't there a different token picked out in the end? because
There
they were new?
is. I will update that later when it becomes relevant for combat things.
Fair.
It's a little weak, as you know.
Yep.
So yes, rather than investing a little bit of her magic into Voron, Mori is able to conjure herself up. This time she appears resplendent in celestial armor with a great feathered helm upon her head and a great flaming sword at her side, which she will extinguish with a flick of her wrist. She will turn to you, Nahia, and smile, say, "Well, I told you it wouldn't be long we were apart."
And then she's scooped up into a great
Ugh.
big hug.
Wings flap helplessly, legs do a kicky.
Aww. And yet it felt like so long.
It is a shame I missed Tarn's wedding.
Indeed. Well, it was everyone else who recommended I didn't just, hit a line of blue lightning in order to bring you forth for it.
Well, your brain appreciates that you had some restraint. And I saw that you caught the bouquet even. Sure, Nahia is very happy.
But of course, intend to marry her once she can walk under her own power to the altar instead of assisted by potion. Where by the time we reach the end of winter, she'll be unfortunately back in a chair. So
Well
it's
then.
best to get to work on finding that ring and getting her surgery.
That we should. And I believe Ursula's had some breakthroughs on that note.
am I nearby?
I thought she was looking specifically into the Hague murdering part.
Not just.
Oh, this is good.
Yeah.
Oh.
We just get up to small bear, just gets out papers, and I will post it in Sav&D chat.
Sure.
There you go.
Okay. Where did that account to on the actual map?
On the map, it is off the map in this direction.
Okay.
If you go over to area of Ehrenberg, yeah, Stormvale is off the map in this direction. It has its own map.
All right.
Oh, we get to go. Oh, I see. Oh, this is the hook where we get to go to the DLC area. Okay.
Yeah, this
Yeah.
is the DLC map.
This is our Ashes at Ariandel.
I mean, it basically is, yeah. And that's not your only quest hook in that region, I believe.
Is that so?
As I was just telling the party where Stormvale is, which is over here northwest of Ehrenberg.
Ah, yes. What have you told them about it so far?
Nothing about it, just where it was, because Ursula also pulled up a quest lead over there. Specifically the name of the elf that might have that Ring of Regeneration.
Tisara Oriam. Kinathis, long lost ancestor, carried the Ring of Regeneration.
Hmm.
North through Gantwood, the city of Riverdale.
Out of curiosity, where are you having this conversation?
Honestly, probably in a tavern, just us at a table.
Okay. Fair enough. Yeah, no one's really going to overhear you, or if they do, care about Stormvale.
Indeed. The conversation might have been had in the tower if not for the fact that there's now freshly summoned Mori, and I'm sure she would not be entirely appreciative of being summoned in the middle of August's house.
Yeah, she would generally prefer to keep her distance, even still.
Yep.
So yeah.
If he
Yeah,
wants
if
to be.
all of you can have gathered there, because this is right after Mori gets summoned back in, and she'll pass
So
out
everyone gets a chance for huggers.
mandatory hugs. Hashat Mori will give you a particularly genuine smile for once, and say that, thank you for the lovely gift, by the way. She will
Oh,
clasp her hands in front of her, and you can see that there's a little black ribbon tied around one of her wrists.
you're very welcome.
She may be ace as heck, but she's still in a good appreciative babo.
But yeah, you are all clustered in a tavern and talking about this Stormvale place. If anyone else has anything to add about it.
I've come across a couple of mentions of Stormvale myself. Said that, there's an elven knight there. Long ago carried an Elysian shield.
What's that?
Yeah,
Oh, right, of course. A shield made of Elysian steel. In the common tongue, it's often called adamant.
like stubborn.
Aye.
How do you make stubborn a material?
It's unbreakable. Do you need magic to even forge it? Once it's set in its shape, only the most powerful mage smith can even leave a mark.
Yes, awesome. Okay, you did say it's adamant, like willpower, right?
Yes,
How do you?
plenty of objects are named after like emotions and feelings and verbs.
And this is, as well, just its vernacular name. What it's called commonly. Truly, it is just Elysian steel.
Ursula has that face of like, but steel is heavier than feathers. Kind of look at the moment trying to compute this.
It's like the perennium is also called the taint.
Maury just reaches over and pats Ursula on the head and says, "All it means is it's very, very strong and resistant to all sorts of harm. It's also
Much
very,
like
very
you.
rare, Tarnavak. You plan on finding the shield, claiming it as your own?"
Well, in truth, I had hoped to gather enough Elysian steel to forge a set of armor.
Oh,
That, it is even rarer than I had thought, and the letters I've gotten back so far, yeah. Along with checking in with our friends at the tower, it seems that in order to actually gather a sufficient quantity, I'd need to either spend a decade searching or try to find some way to go to its source.
Mona, you mentioned you have family in Alicia?
yes. My two sister aspects once traveled there. That was long, long, long ago. I've never heard from them since.
That's something like a difficult ask then.
Truly, I'm not even sure how to get to Elysia, assuming it's even a real place and they didn't just fall into the abyss or something.
Yarishka has seen elves who came from it long ago.
Huh. People who came from Alicia?
Aye, travelling through the mirrors.
Are you telling me that out there somewhere is an entire realm that's just nothing but elves?
Not out there, per se, but out there in a much wider sense.
Like its own plane. The elemental plane of elves.
Like the dream?
No, not like the dream. Nahia has the right of it, more like an elemental plane. At least that's what I would think.
Hmm.
You know, that suddenly gives me a thought.
You want to try and figure out a way to perform some kind of Elysian summoning?
Perhaps. But actually, I was thinking of that gateway up by Hartwell. You know, where Hashat got her rune.
Hmm.
There was a weird doorway.
I assumed that to go to the elemental plane of, earth and stone, personally.
Aye. But it might be easier to get to another different plane from there than straight from here.
That sounds a lot like we'd have to take a mirror into the elemental plane of earth with us. I don't know if that explodes like a, bag of holding into itself.
I'll put it in the letter for Master Starshaper. Oh, I'm sorry, Savin.
Poor Skeletor.
Why would you think we were never going to go back there?
Because she said. It's okay. I'm only a little salty. Just a little bit.
Just a smidge. Still, they'd have to be careful about it. Don't forget that much like summoning from planes like the Abyss, like I assume Elysia to be further away than the Abyss. So summoning someone from Elysia might snap their brain into.
But the thing is, Elysia is an actual place where there are already people. You want. It's not. It may be further, but it's not the Abyss.
Or so we assume.
It would be quite impressive if some variant of the Abyss is spitting out prehistoric elves carrying armfuls of steel.
A fair point.
I won't say that it's necessarily impossible, but at that point, if that is the case, then I just need to give up.
Part of me worries about what happens if you pay a bunch of scholars to try and figure out how to perform some kind of Elysian summoning in case they suddenly pull through an, ancient super army of technologically advanced power elves while we aren't around.
What I was going to start with was trying to collate all of the mirror lore. Even as little as 100 years ago, if you knew the how, you could travel through them. Only to other mirrors these days, but the legends say you could go a lot further. Some way to restore their power, whether it is actually as Gaius says and it's just Rob Residium all over it, or something a little more delicate.
I'd worry it's something more extreme, like killing a god.
Mori looks distinctly uncomfortable.
Yeah.
I mean, didn't they exist before anyone started doing that, Mori?
Oh no, I simply was worried you might look at the only god in the room.
Nonsense. Instead, you can just point at the one you like least. We'll get him. We'll get their kneecaps.
Okay, Agarash, come here. No,
It
but
doesn't need those precious kneecaps.
I wouldn't recommend rubbing raw residium on a mirror, just willy-nilly. You're likely to empower it, certainly, but unless you know what you're doing, Well, that's been tried once before, and it ended badly.
Is that why we had a shard of a mirror at one point?
No, it's why Hirona's womb is shaped like that.
Oh,
Oh,
There used to be much more of that island.
huh.
hmm.
Aye.
Oh, 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 I have a question.
Oh no. Yes, Ursula.
Why don't we go to, the one that knows most magic, which is Sinatrea? Why don't you ask her?
There is, of course, the worry that God wouldn't want to tell us how to create a portal to other dimensions.
Aye.
Well, we could just promise not to tell anyone else.
And while that may be true, I also I don't know if Inatrea would know how to re-empower them from their current state. She lay dormant for much longer than the other gods.
Just strikes like
How
I
did
don't know.
how did the mirrors stop being able to move through them? You said they were able to be moved, like you used to be able to go through them. How did that stop happening?
So far, I don't know. Just that it was about the same time that the cowgirls got their minds back. So, here under 70 years, that the last mirror lost the ability.
I don't like that coincidence. That would lead you to think that the state of my people's condition had something to do with the mirrors.
No, that. Correct me if I'm wrong, Morrigan, but the mirrors, they were operational long, at their fullest extent, long before the fall of Minotha and that curse started.
Yes. The mirrors were made during the Elven. She thinks a moment. Hopper Age? Yes. Before they were even enslaved by the Langrish spiders.
Would the elves have been capable of making these mirrors then?
Yes, they made them themselves.
Are you quite sure it was our elves that did it? They weren't opened from Elysia to here.
If that were the case, there would have needed to have been some sort of portal on our side first. So while I suppose it's possible, that would imply the
And
existence of an portal somewhere. If that's the case, you
well,
could just skip the whole mirror business entirely.
yeah. Then where was the first time they found or made a portal mirror thing? Then where
He
did they
shrugs.
discover it?
I suspect I will need to make offerings to Kandan for that secret.
Well, if you can get Kandon to part with information, then good luck, but he's not particularly enthralled with our little group here these days. Szooth.
What did we do?
Ah, you didn't sign the anti-narking policy, I see.
Ah, I didn't think he'd still be holding a grudge about that.
He's a big dwarf.
I suppose that's a fair point.
He's literally a dwarf
He's the
god.
dwarfest.
The
But we had
Dwarf.
He
But we
is, in
have-
fact, the god of grudges, yes.
But we had such a wonderful conversation. I even complimented his beard.
That's probably why you haven't been got starpoed.
Well, I did talk with,
Now,
God,
before you tell us what you're about to say, are you sure you're allowed to say it?
Wait, was I? I don't believe I
No,
was.
I don't think. I don't think. I've been more the case that Nahia is just suddenly worried that you're about to just like say something you shouldn't.
Sorry, I'm fucking
Yeah,
with names
just
again.
look up.
Grand Magic God.
Senatrea.
Oh, it was Senatrea. Huh. Why did I think
And
it
she's
was-
the one you
yes,
had a conversation with, her and Kandon.
Yeah, no.
well, I did clear it up with Sinatrea. I suppose maybe we could do a favor for him to be able to clear up the grudge. After all, it's not like all dwarven grudges have to end in bloodshed or spite, do they?
Hmm. Hmm. Um.
Things
I-
hard.
Lost?
If it's a history roll, I'll throw one at it.
Oh, don't forget there's a D4 at least from a it's called a little Tinkerbell. I forgot her name. Brown.
Valyria?
Valeria.
Yes, Valeria. Damn it.
Roll a d4.
Yeah.
That dude got any grudges left ungrudged by business?
So you're not sure you've ever heard of Kandarn himself swearing a grudge against somebody. But most dwarven grudges in general do end with somebody either dying, making a grand and public apology, or paying a tremendous amount of money.
I'm good with one of those. Unfortunately, I've taken a rather large hit to my finances recently.
You and me both, Szooth. You and me both.
You know, speaking of grudges, we did something to piss off Lord Osmond.
Yeah, that would be, you know, effectively helping him be displaced as the potential new Archmagister.
How did we do that? How?
We kind of gave the current one our incredible backing,
Did
both
we?
publicly and privately.
She was already selected by the time we met her.
Osmond seems to be under the idea that it's our fault. I think because we did something to make him mad. He won't take my calls,
Huh.
and he says disparaging things about us. I'm not sure what it's about.
Oh, wait, what? Why?
Yeah, right. That's my response.
Hmm.
He doesn't like us for some reason. Apparently, we wronged him somehow. I'm not sure how though.
I wonder what got his britches in the twist.
So if we want his help with what's her name?
Risha?
Prisha, help getting Prisha's like homunculus body from Zalis working, or one for Valyria. We'll have to eventually figure out what we did. Go talk to him in person and see if we can sort that out. Because he's the foremost expert on golems.
I'll put together a nice letter for him.
Maybe
Not
a formal.
least with someone that he, is in love with. Did they?
I really don't know.
Oh
Okay.
no, don't tell me it's because of Fiona. Nahia.
What? Why do you know or care about that?
Maybe, he liked her because other
Oh
magic
no,
stuff.
my chat's gone again. I have to reload.
Because, wizard and wizard.
Not all wizards are immediately attracted to each other. Plus, she's like on another side of a continent and was a famous recluse for an incredibly long time because she could never sleep. It's incredibly unlikely that Lord Osmond's been lusting from her far. And also, it's very unlikely that he heard that we were fucking.
And also, wasn't she married to the former Duke of Anderland? Well, the late Duke of Anderland.
No? She wasn't married. I think she just slept with him.
Ah, transactional concubinage. Yeah. Just tell him that Polly the Clown says it was just business.
Even if it was just sleeping with him regularly until he gave her a giant tower, I feel like that would have gotten Osmond's gander sufficiently that, well, there'd be rumours.
How would we have known that then? I mean, come on.
I don't know. I'll put together a nice letter and try to figure it out. I would be surprised if it is.
Now I think about it, Savin, I still have some fucking downtime actions I could throw out. Otherwise, it's been just training. I have like 12 days left.
Well, what would you like to do with those days?
I would like to gather information and see
Okay.
what the fuck his beef is with the goddamn Goon Squad here. Yeah.
Yeah, I found out because I had Cass ascending to him about wanting him to check out. I wanted him to check out the golems in Igniferous that are tied to this amulet thing, but yeah, he just said a flat no and then cursed us out.
I wonder if he's old pals with Anaya's papa.
Hey, that's a very real possibility.
There are plenty of reasons for someone to dislike us, and regardless of the fact that we've gone out there and done deeds, it's usually been at the cost of at least someone or another's kneecaps. Goodness knows how many potential foes we've come across and maimed, or how many people out there would love to see us reach our end, but don't have the guts because we keep murdering everyone who fights us.
Okay, so is it gather rumors or carouse?
This would be not gather rumors. Those are completely random. This would be, I believe, carousing to find lore. Let me check the handout real quick just to make sure.
That is the social law.
Yeah.
Yeah, carouse.
Yeah. Okay, so it's 3 per day. I'll drop some cash, which is what is like? Oh, grease wheels. No, it's grease palms, right? Or
to grease
to get
palms.
advantage.
Yeah, you can do a grease palms action to then give yourself advantage. That makes sense to me.
Okay, so that's a charisma. Okay,
you don't need to grease palms to get advantage on carousing. You just need to live at a higher lifestyle.
Oh, sure, it's not too. Oh, it's on a 1G a day. That's okay. Okay, so carouse is 3 per. Let's see how much I can get here. So advantage.
Mm-hmm.
It's 14.
Okay. One question.
Why? What does Lord Osman have against the? Or rather, yeah, what does Lord Osman have against the Goon Squad here?
Well, the group of people you talked to heard that he's very upset at a group of adventurers because they were working with his rivals. And not only that, but screwed him out of a very important contract. In fact, they televised his humiliating defeat in front of the entire city in a wizard duel.
Yeah, I kind of did do that.
Oddly, he seemed chill about it at the time.
So it
He's
is.
Yeah.
He was being publicized at the time as well.
Yeah, and
Yes,
he was,
but
and he
so
agreed-
fucking
he-
what? He's
he
a
agreed to it.
Archmage.
Yeah, here's the thing. He fucking agreed to have a fucking mage cast.
Yeah, it just sounds like he's being salty baby about it.
So it is about the Magister's Tower thing?
That's what the people of the town believe.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I guess. From that
Like-
point of view.
That could
Let's
not
try.
be.
Let's see if we can dig a little deeper, because this, to quote the teenagers today, this is sus.
All right.
Uh,
Well, you can't ask just the same question again, but if you have something related that might give you a better perspective.
He was publicized, but it wasn't. But here's the thing, like, it's be like, well, didn't Lord Osmond agree to have this duel televised? Is it really the so-called humiliation that he went through, or is there something else?
No,
he
that's
maybe
you're going to get the
even
same answer. That you've asked the people of the town, and this is what they believe, generally speaking.
Okay, this is what they believe. Okay, people. Okay, people with smarter than Ursula. Tips.
A healthy bribe. And also probably some kind of future business. If you want, actually, I can... as I said, I would write a letter, and considering I have the incredible talents of Jalis as an employee at my disposal, I'm sure I can arrange something that will, in the end, equate to quite a, well, a profitable business for him. My apologies. I'm very terrible with all of these different accents. You're all lumberfoots down here. Now, come on, I was surely not doing any Asfa.
You really were doing Esfa's little Lilton.
Well, shit bugger.
No, you're just doing Australian.
Hey, comrade. Sokabliat.
Obviously, I need to pour myself
but-
some kind of adult beverage. But yeah, regardless, I can put together a letter for you and offer Jalis's business as part of a group transaction, considering she can quite freely create golem bodies and statuettes and amalgus forms and stuff for him. Probably a lot easier than he himself can, as well as, although he is obviously going to be actually a good golem enchanter. That might be enough to grease the wheels so you can get some time with him.
Yeah, some
And
joint
again,
business
I'm sure he'd
adventure.
yeah, exactly. I'm sure he'd appreciate the business. I will ask Anaya's help for writing this, since it is a business transaction, and it's a 15 on the letter,
Yeah, it's a decent number.
and it's a
You
good
can-
business.
Yeah, it's a perfectly good business deal. It's a shame you never hear back from him.
That's a shame indeed. Might have to go look into him then. And
I think we're gonna have to personally go there.
yep. He might be dead. Never know.
I don't think so.
Yeah, never know. Not for sure. Not with wizards. Yeah. All right. Also, you obviously don't have to rush into giving me this info. Can wait for later. But I have enough days for a Gale of Us holiday, making history checks. So I'm just gonna crank out 7 of those bitches for all to see.
Sure. What are you researching?
Leads into Herona's possible locations. And we're going
Okay.
to use the Gale of Us library, since that's the one that makes the most sense as far as actually having any information we can use.
Sounds
And,
good.
you know, still gets to be nice holiday time for the fam and Mari.
Yeah. Nahia doesn't have any downtime actions this late in the season, so you can have advantage from her just helping you out.
Yes.
There's a crit.
Sick. So yeah, 19, 15, 21, 21, 18, 16, 24.
Okay. Well, please put together a list of questions.
Sure. I'll say I'll get around to that. Obviously, it's not a lead we can chase up immediately, and I only just realized, oh, that is actually legitimately a good thing to do with the remainder of my time.
Yep,
And, you
that's
know,
fine.
Gale of Us holiday.
And sling those to me between sessions. Speaking of research lore, though, while we're here on the main map, yeah, you guys are still here. Tarn, you heard in your research about a Anderlin keep whose occupants went missing entirely.
Yep.
That's been on the map for a while, but on the GM layer, so I'll just pop that up here. It is over here.
Right on the edge of the damn forest.
Yep. If you ever have occasion to go looking into it, that is where it's located. It has a little nameplate.
We can't see the
And-
nameplate. If you could switch that
I
on.
just put it
Oh,
on.
there it is. Okay, cool.
And I believe there was another location, Savin.
Which one?
The little Minothan Island.
Monothan Island?
Yes.
Oh, yes, Minothan Island City off the east coast.
What? Where?
Yeah,
Off
that
the
is
East
not on
Coast?
this map. It will take you about 100 miles or so off the east coast, but it's over there.
Oh, that's cool.
Yes, at some point I'll mention these to the party. First off, when I get a bit more information about Stormvale. By the way, everyone, there was something more about Stormvale Gaius mentioned the other day.
New Stormvale or old Stormvale? Because
The
wait, which one's Stormvale? That's not the island. No, that's Lyris. Never mind. I'm taking something else.
Stormvale's the
about Stormvale?
province over there.
I remember where Ursula heard about the ring and heard about that shield. Oh, I've been looking into legendary creatures, things we could hunt down for soul stones. Over there are said to be undead daughters of an ancient white queen. And they supposedly able to their mother supposedly was able to shrug off blows that should have killed her. She fought on past the point of death and almost killed Gaius.
Who is this?
It helps if you listen to everything I said.
I'm sorry, I have a hard time paying attention these days.
Legendary creatures. This one, or these three, are able to survive and keep fighting past the point of death. They are children of a mythical White Queen who almost killed Gaius back in the day.
A white queen, as in the color white, or as in the undead monster?
The undead monster.
Oh. So they're some kind of super undead?
Aye. And if their souls hold the power that their mother did, well, an armor enchanted like that would let the wearer just keep on fighting.
Well, this thing that...
Zombie plate. I see how it is.
There's more, though. A little way across Sandelin is a ruined castle, the old Andric Keep. It's just on the border of the Denkaran was there's a small barony there that vanished in 1047. The Duke then, he sent troops to aid them, but by the time they arrived, everyone was gone. They had a fine sword of Elysian steel there.
Oh, an Elysian sword is in that keep, at that keep, apparently.
Certainly sounds promising.
And there's a shield up in what's-it-place? Stormvale somewhere.
Aye. And this last one, Hashat, you'll be especially interested in.
Okay.
This is another legendary beast. You still have that map of Minotha?
That kid's map, yeah?
You know the island at about 100 miles east from Ivara?
Mm-hmm.
Well, back in its day, that was supposed to have the greatest construct Minotha ever made. A steel colossus that could single-handedly defend the city.
Really? So like a huge version of the ones that were in Igniferous and in Dalmanotha.
Aye. And through some secret of its make, even the weak spots we found on those ones, it took no harm from blows up upon those.
Oh. That would be quite the asset to acquire.
Aye. Whether we could take the... whether we could seize the Colossus or...
Well, if it's based on the same design as the other two, maybe it also has a control medallion, just like the ones in Igniferous and Dalmanotha had.
I hope so. But the accounts are too old to be certain. Oh, I believe those weren't capable of leaving the city, were they?
Not. I don't think so.
The golems weren't.
They have a boundary that keeps them inside their respective cities, even though the medallion itself can leave.
If the Colossus can go further, then that would be an incredible asset, but if it can't, you could still disenchant it, disassemble it. Either grant that power to ignore even a critical blow to one of our armors, or if we can make peace with Osman, perhaps reassemble it in your lands.
That would be nice.
You know, it's weird that well, it's thanks. I have a question for like the magic people and Mori here.
Go ahead, Ursula.
Is it why isn't it possible to take that kind of power and put it into a living person?
What do you mean?
Well, if it, for example, you take something that, this will give you makes your armor immune to fires. Like,
Oh,
why
you mean
can't
soul
you just take that and
stones?
put it into a person?
I think she
Yes,
means why
like-
can't
like-
you enchant a person?
Yeah.
Oh, well, funnily enough, according to Mother, they tried to do that in Pergola. An experiment to create the +1 person. The fellow
All they got was a
apparently
monk.
exploded.
Huh.
They tried to enchant the body, and all they got was a monk.
But yes, it's the same idea with soul stones. Putting that much power into a person all at once will burn you out. Also the same reason one doesn't snort residium unless it's direly necessary, Nahia.
I return
You'll-
at the correct amount of time. What am I
You'll-
being told off for?
That one should not consume
Wait.
residium unless it's direly necessary, because you will get a
Wait.
hemorrhage and die.
It was strictly necessary.
It was, but do not think just
Wait.
because you survived it once, you can do so again.
You mean 3 times?
Stop. Just cease entirely, please.
Oh, fine.
You're
Mori,
going to have
wait.
brain damage.
Oh, please. I already
So
think
you're
of perfectly good letters.
Ursula is thinking really hard now. It's like, so a person is not as strong as a piece of armor.
Not necessarily, Ursula, but consider you can only put so many enchantments in one piece of armor at a time, right?
Yeah.
Maybe.
A person's soul, the stuff that makes them actually alive and going. Think of that like it is a great enchantment.
But no,
Just so.
wait. Oh. But then don't enchant their soul, enchant their flesh. Because you said this before, like, haven't you like talked about that the body and the soul are two different things, but the soul powers the body? If you enchant the body, not the soul, wouldn't that work?
No, that's what happened to the +1 person. Imagine, Ursula, that your body is a vessel. Mora will take her mug of ale and just set it on the counter. It's quite full now. Now, this is your body, and your soul is the water inside. She reaches over and takes Nahia's mug. This is a soul
Hey.
stone. She swishes it around, about half full still. Watch what happens when you pour it into the already full vessel. Sploosh. She begins pouring the ale onto the already full mug of ale, and it just washes over.
Okay.
You
And
only
there's
have
like,
enough room inside you for so much power at a time. Your soul grows naturally as you do. You become more powerful with experience. Try to add too much power,
oh,
though, and you overflow and have a hemorrhage. If,
But if it,
however, she will put up a finger and take a empty mug from another one of you, set it to the side, and then fill that with the rest of Nahia's drink. You take a enchantable item like a breastplate or a sword. You put the power into that, and you can have that attached to yourself. She will put her hand through both mugs' little grips, heft them up, and they can work in concert, but they are still separate.
well, then I have
oh,
two questions. What if you trained the body as a vessel to be a better vessel?
You are always doing that.
yeah, like you,
But the soul grows with it.
Precisely.
So
Okay.
it keeps so it fills up what so if there is any new space, it just gets filled up.
Okay, then second question. What if you're like me and you can project your soul outside of your body?
That was my thought as well. You might be able to withstand more than an ordinary person. Though I wouldn't say I recommend using yourself for science, Szooth. Perhaps
There,
one
there.
day, but for now, I quite like you unexploded.
There definitely lies the path of the mad scientist, and it would not be an experiment I feel so eager to do that I would risk myself. But
Well, I can tell you this. Again, something I've had the experience of learning from Mother while I was returned to the dream. Apparently, one of Siggy's ancestors attempted something similar, had her soul separated from her body temporarily. She gained the ability to absorb essences to fill what was left, fill up the hole inside, but burned through them. Eventually, she ended up killing herself. So again, I really don't recommend it.
You mean that story's true?
Quite. But as I said, it drove Sig Lionfang quite mad. And eventually she ended up killing herself, and frankly, if she hadn't done so in glorious battle, I have every suspicion she would have done so at the end of a rope or falling on her own sword before long.
well, it's certainly an experiment far too morally compromised to actually implement. But I would say that just because something has failed before does not mean one should not try again. With modifications, of course. That is the process of science, after all.
out of character, insert secret fucking Cowmazon laboratory.
I think maybe a better option, a better way to go about it would be why is why can a person only be attuned to 3 things, and is there a way to make that go further?
I can answer that, Hashat.
Oh, there's an answer.
Mori will take the 3 mugs she's holding, or rather in front of her, and she will pick them all up in her hand and will struggle to do so. They are all pushing against each other, jockeying for room in her slender hand, and she will reach a thumb out to try and pick up a 4th mug, and when she does so, one of the middle mugs slips through her fingers and clatters onto the table. That's
Oh.
why. Not enough room.
Okay. Out of character, real quick. How much did Astral Monk being invented just fuck over your magic lore? Because a lot of these problems can kind of be theoretically solved with the idea of just training your soul to do more, which is Astral Monk's thing.
Yeah, I mean, Astral Monks just do more weird shit, but there's like 2 of them in the setting probably, so meh.
Fair enough.
Doesn't mess with the lore so much as it just proves that there are exceptions or ways to get around them.
Yeah, I was
Like
gonna
what
say,
happened to Sig
you are
Lionfang, who
evident.
went insane.
You are also evidence of one of those exceptions, what with you literally sticking yourself in a robot so that you can fuck.
I mean, Szooth is already the highest exception because he's a kobold who has gone adventuring and has not died.
This is true.
Back in character, though. That metaphor does fall down a little, doesn't it, Mori? You know, after all, if you had more smaller mugs, you could lift those, but as far as I've seen, it doesn't matter the strength of a magic item. An attunement is an attunement.
I suppose that's true enough, but it's a crude way of explaining it. The more precise way would be that a soul and its fate can only be bound so many times at once before it becomes threadbare. Every time you attune to your magic items, you're tying a bit of your soul, your fate, your essence to it. Do it too many times and there just won't be anything left.
Doesn't that mean if you had somebody's magic item that was attuned to them, you could attack their soul directly through said magic item?
Very possibly, yes. In fact, there are many means of magic that require a foci belonging to someone as a means of attacking them.
Oh.
Right.
Well, that does leave me slightly concerned for Gaius.
The sword? He just attuned from it, surely. That Minotaur must have attuned to it. That would sever the connection.
By now, yes, but who knows what they might have done before.
So there's no one that can actually attune to more than just 3.
Alright, hold on. Before I answer this question, because I do allow artificers in the campaign technically. I know they get a class feature that lets them attune to like 3 things. Okay, that is
There
a
is
10th level
one.
thing. Yes.
There's one artificer.
Okay. Oh yes. Mori will shrug and say, I don't know of any personally, but powerful mage smiths do have a certain proclivity for magic items. Perhaps they could squeak in 1 more, just through the sheer experience of the thing, but beyond that, not really.
Wait a second. Just looks at the mugs, looks at Mori's tiny hands. Very delicate, tiny hands.
Yes.
Just. Okay, Mori, I have a question. It might be weird, but you said that you can only grip 3 mugs like a human, right?
Yes, but as Tarn says, that was a very crude metaphor. The point is
Yes,
that
but
the soul only can handle so much at once.
Yes, but it wasn't that. But I can't use the the correct terminology. But let's see, it just gets everyone's mugs. Okay, so you have 3 mugs for one person, right? Right. But
Sure.
what happens with a smaller mug between the 3 and the body mug?
You
What
mean
if
if you attempt to attune to something while you already have too many?
no? If 3 are attuned to something that can hold that, and then you attune to that.
What?
Go back to the start, Ursula.
Well, the thing is, like, one hand can only hold 3. Like you said, like it's like proxy. That was the word I was looking for. 3 is attuned to a thing that can hold 3 attunements, and then you attune to that.
So the problem with that is that a full soul, something that can hold attunements itself, is beyond the ability of mortals to attune to. You might be able to attune to an item that could itself attune to one other, but that would be the limit, and that doesn't get you anywhere.
Oh yeah,
That doesn't work
that's why I
with
thought it's.
that doesn't work with sentient items either. I've had me and Val tried to sneak around that by having Valera attuned to something, but it just I just unattuned from something instead of
Okay,
getting a
no,
new
but
thing.
yeah, it's I was thinking like a serving tray. You could put 3 attunements on that and 3 attunements on the other, and then you carry like that. See?
Again, metaphor is a little bit overextended and is now being officially thrashed. Then give me back my fucking drink. Reach in and take my helmet
sorry.
back.
Mori
Nah.
takes it
Oh, yeah,
before you
that's-
can.
This is some serious bullshit.
Nahia, get
See?
yourself a bottle. They're only interested in mugs.
It's a fair fucking point. I swear, I paid for this one here. I shall indicate Mari. Extravagant
Yeah, but
living in Gale of Us while doing research for her own sake. She's got a taste
okay.
for my
No,
money
but
now.
not that. Is that
Laugh
good?
and go fetch a
No,
bottle.
right? No, but that's what I don't know if people can make a magic thing that can do that because well, just chose their hand. I am so magic. Woo. I don't know if you can actually create something or like study something or do that.
Alright, I know what you're talking about now.
You
Kalira
do?
once made an item called the Ring of Attunement, which, it was said, would allow one to attune to the ring while the ring was attuned to something else. But, and Mori will clap her hand down on the bar, She's the goddess of fucking trickery, and it was a joke. It doesn't actually work like that.
Oh, that's
It
just
just attunes to
well.
the thing you think the ring's attuning to.
Oh, but I mean like that. I mean, a ring that is attuned to not just one, but more than one item, like that.
No, that doesn't work.
Oh,
It's been tried, Ursula.
oh,
It actually holding an attunement takes something more than anyone living has been able to. Well, any mortal has ever been able to put in an item. Maybe if all the gods combined tried, you could actually make something like that, but
right,
but
so
that's
how-
a maybe,
So you
and
guys haven't figured it out?
Or it's a secret.
What about multiple people attuning to one item?
Doesn't work. Only one person can attune to a single item at a time.
Does anyone know why particularly?
Oh, you're very far away, Diesel.
Does anyone know why particularly?
Like I said before, when you tie yourself to a magic item, you are binding a part of your essence to it. If someone else intrudes on that, tries to bind their essence to it, you get the overflowing problem and someone has to be pushed out.
I think I've a useful metaphor for this. I'll pull a coin out and offer it to Nahia. Nahia, could you... you're good at boats. Could you tie a rope around this? Just put it inside the knot. Deafening silence.
I think Scour is muted.
Skill must be away.
Rip. But I think we can guess the answer is no.
Oh, no, you would actually be able to. You can, in fact, tie a knot around a coin.
Not with a rope. That's bigger than four. Well, I suppose it was just around the coin. Yeah, okay, fair enough. It's a trick question. You fooled me.
Well, then, that leads to my next question.
Oh, hold on. But that was only a halfway point of this. Now, see the way the rope goes around it. Try to tie another knot around it that same way. You can't. They'll get in each other's way. The coin will slip between one and the other. If you try to force it, it'll slip between one or the other. It'll settle naturally into just one.
Well, that brings me to my next question. What if instead of trying to tie it around a coin, it's a much bigger object? Something that couldn't be tied well with just one rope? What if, and hear me out here, you had a magic item or a system of items that was so large, an interlocking and interchanging system, that it needed more than one soul?
Are you all talking still about attunements?
Yeah.
Okay.
It was one of the original theories I had before ultimately having to go out and search for a new land for my people. But say, like, you had something, a giant magically powered machine that could be controlled by the will of the people. Something like that couldn't just be attuned to one person, of course. It'd be much too massive and powerful a magic item. But what if you combine attunements to power it?
Like some kind of strategic defense or magical, some kind of realm magic.
Well, then it was simply just an idea to rather move or protect the island. But I don't see why the concept, if it actually works, couldn't be applied to any number of great systems.
Because that's not how magic works. You don't have the attunement to power it.
You have the attunement to control it,
Yes.
or interact with it.
Then again, there is. No, never mind.
And consider...
What?
Well,
Go ahead.
well, you know how this necklace controls is attuned to me, and it controls the golems and the Enigniferous.
Exactly where I was going to go.
But the Magister's Tower has a rod that doesn't get attuned, and it controls the golem on the top of the tower. But it still lets you control the golem on the top of the tower. But you don't have to attune to it. But also, yeah, I'm not sure how this. I don't know how this thing works exactly. It's linked to all of the golems, and it controls all of them at once.
Also, if certain magic items require attunement to actually use their magic effect, how do we know
Not
the
or
attunement doesn't power it?
I mean, some things don't have. You don't have to attune to use it. All of it.
Well, yes, that just means that that part isn't required by attunement.
But the
Could-
deeper
could-
magic is.
Sorry, DCL, your initial question there, could you say it again?
How do we know that certain magic items don't require or get powered by attunement if they can only be used with attunement?
The point of the attunement there is to focus who the effect is placed on. This is now getting into detailed mechanics that you ought to ask Ashka about. I honestly can't tell you all of the whys at this point.
I wonder if you tried making a magic item out of something more special, if that would do anything. Like, most things are made out of like a magic, like your armor. It's steel, generally, right? Or bones, if you get a really good monster or something. But what if you were to like make it out of something super, really, really, really important or rare, like that Elysian steel stuff? Would that lend some kind of more like metaphysical mass to your enchantment?
Not Elysian steel. Not a
Well, what
type
about
of-
Starwood?
Nor that, from what I've seen, but theoretically, it might be possible. Alright, Maury?
That way, maybe you
Maury
could put
has
more magic
left
into
the
something.
conversation, has gone over to bully Nahia more.
Well,
I'm just thinking maybe there's a way to put more magic into something if the material you use is of a higher quality or of a bigger mass to it.
there may be something to that, but it's... But I'm not... Well... Actually, there may well be something to that, though. Though the size difference required might be a bit too much for an ordinary person to benefit from it. And consider
Well, I didn't mean actual size.
but consider the great golems in Manotha. The strength they had, all of the things they could do, especially the ones that could command their lessers. That's more than any mage I know could put into something like that.
Well, yeah, it's too bad you can't like like glue a soulstone, a filled soulstone to a person's body so that they can like just sip on that power.
What if you not glue it, but what if you were just like stab it into someone's heart?
Then you have a dead
okay, that's
person.
probably, yeah, you'd sort of kill somebody, stab them in the heart.
I guess that's true.
But no, but that's what I mean. Like the soulstone is the one that housing the soul power. Why not? I don't know if it's possible that you'd be like, what's that word? All right, you if you can like stick them to your body and be like a leech, not a lich, a leech that suck on that to get the powers from it.
Well,
It's a cool idea because that means you can be all cool with gems on you and stuff like that.
I mean, it's a thought, but well, consider wizards and other spellcasters. They can only take so much power through them in a given amount of time. It's same for others, just less flashy. So I'm not sure if you could suck enough from a stone in order to make a significant difference over and above what you can already do.
Well, like I said, I don't know. You need to be like magic stuff, smart and research and like that to be able to figure that out.
Yes, it was just
Huh.
a hanging silence then.
A piercing, but
Hey,
instead of
but-
having a gem, it's a soul stone.
I mean, put crudely, that's about what you have going, isn't it? Oh, nod at Hashat's crown.
Sort of, but I mean, I am attuned to Valyria.
You're symbiotic. No wait, symbol.
Symbiotic.
Yes, that. I think.
I suppose I'm. I can tap it with the I can tap into some of Valeria's talents through my attunement to her. Although, and I can let her in, so to speak, and let her take command of my body. But if I were to unattune, I don't know if that would be possible. Still, I haven't actually tried.
Well, Valeria, would you be willing to attempt that? And you, Hashat, for science's sake?
What, just unattune and see if she can still take him in?
She is still bound to your body. She can affect you in any way without a full attunement.
There's a pensive silence from the crown for a moment before Valeria answers. I don't like the idea of being unattuned from Hashat, but as long as it's only temporary.
It would only be for a minute, for a little bit. Just try one thing and then I would attune back to you. Although, I would hope. I'm not sure what it would do for your senses. Hopefully, you don't lose. I would hate for you to lose everything, even for a little while. That would be unpleasant.
Yeah, that's exactly what would happen. But it's just for a couple of hours. That wouldn't be the worst. I trust you enough to know you'll come back for me.
Of course I will. I'll attune to you right away as soon as we're done. So I guess I'll unattune to the crown and see what happens. The only attunement required effect is cleric cantrips at the moment.
Yep.
Until Asker's done what I've asked her to do. Well, paid her to do.
So yeah, you can de-attune from the crown. There's a yelp from Valeria as the attunement finally severs after an hour. You guys probably finished eating lunch by this point. You'll hear her say, Well, I can't see or feel anything, but I can hear at least.
I'm going to just Shot will just like close her eyes and relax and like empty her mind and do as she did before to invite Valeria in.
A few moments pass before Valeria says, I'm doing everything I can to move, but it's even worse than just the numbness before.
Okay.
It's like I'm floating in an endless black pool again.
Okay, that's good. That's enough then. I'll begin to reattune to the crown. Sorry there, Tarn. It doesn't look like she can do that without the bridge that the attunement makes. She could still talk to me, but she couldn't see or hear anything anymore.
I see. It is... That's probably the result I least expected. I thought if she would be severed,
Oh, she can speak that.
she'd have been severed entirely. She wouldn't even be able to hear or speak.
Well, she can speak. She just can't hear or see anything anymore. Right?
Right. It's as if I was back in the item shop when I first woke up, as a frown.
But, oh. Give her my thanks for trying.
She can hear you.
Oh,
Oh, wait, no. Wait, no. She can't hear you. She can't hear you right now. I'll tell her.
Valyria will reiterate, I can hear you.
She can't hear you. Wait, she can
you,
hear you. She
you
can hear you. but
just
she
said
can't.
twice now that she can't
I'm
hear,
sorry.
Hashat.
She can hear. She can't feel anything. And she can't see anything. But she can hear?
Yes, I can hear.
Why is it just that?
It's a good question.
That would be something
is it
worth...
because,
Go
wait.
ahead.
is it because sound? Like, because, when something screams or, that it can actually move stuff, so she can hear our voices because we talk.
Hmm.
Like,
Maybe.
she's on like a water, just like an island on the water, and you throw a rock, and when you talk, and that the little circles and waves like that hit her.
It's as good a
like
guess as any,
that.
but
What I want to do is figure out how to give Valyria more feeling. She always describes it as being numb, as a numb feeling when she's not in control of my whole body. Like everything's extremely muted. I was wondering if just putting more power into the crown with further enchantments might improve that, or
it might, though I would almost think it would need specialized enchantments.
I suppose I can put an actual check behind that, actually. Why did I hit that top? Whatever.
Alright, so what exactly are you trying to figure out?
If further enchanting Valyria's crown would
Yes.
further increase her ability to feel.
It would almost certainly increase the power of the bridge between you and Valyria, yes.
Okay.
And
That's
it wouldn't need anything specialist to do it.
You could probably skip right to the end state of that if you wanted to get a specialized enchantment. Or just put enough soul stones into it that it eventually just becomes legendary.
I was wanting to turn her into a legendary item anyway. So there's
In
going
the
to
end.
be, yeah. What was it? What's it to legendary for an uncommon? Do I have? It's a
So
rare.
it's uncommon, rare, very rare, legendary.
So if I stick a rare, if I fuse a rare item into her crown, then she'd go up to legendary.
Yep.
I paid Asker to try and do some research if she could. You know that Celadry's transference spell that you used on your spear? I tried to get her to figure out a partial one, something that's not all or nothing, all or nothing, like the regular one is.
Oh. Well,
A lot of the things we have are either too much power for Valyria or not enough power for what I want to do. But if I could pull most of the magic out of something and put it into her, that would be something.
Aye. What were you thinking of combining with her?
I want to make a family heirloom. So something that would be passed down to my my primary inheritor or something. Valyria has been a dear to me, and
So
I had the thought that she would maybe stick around for a while and be a great advisor to my children.
Oh, Hashat.
What?
You know, that is precisely the plan I have with Marek. When Ashka has finished enchanting him into my cloak clasp, that and his advice will be part of the regalia passed down to future emperors.
I was remember that weird dungeon we had, the time thing?
The first one or the second one?
The second one. With Tiamat and Galen.
Aye.
Galen gave me her ring, and it's pretty incredible. But as we've discussed before, a soul can only be bound to so many attunements, and I cannot really make use of it. I was going to want to combine much of its power with Valyria's.
A wise choice, I must say.
She did say that its ability to protect one against instant events, death, such as an assassination attempt, would be a really good thing to have for the heir to a kingdom, along with a great and wise advisor.
Alright, Hashat, at this point we need to get out of each other's heads. Because that's... that's pretty much exactly why I mean to transfer the Life's Blood amulet to Marek's clasp. It doesn't have the power of a true Death Ward, but it gives a hardiness that, well, only Ursula here has ever beaten.
I was thinking yeah, she is pretty tough. That would be a good one to have too. Yeah. There was also that other thing. What else would we get? The torque of sunlight. That was it. With its with its ability to enhance a person's decision making, would also be a really good one to have. And that one would fit in exactly perfectly as an amount of energy.
Wait, the one that we gave to Szooth?
Does Szooth have the torque of sunlight?
I think I have the
Yeah.
Torch of Sunlight. It's on my
Yeah,
character.
because, he needs
Yeah.
it because his ability scores are terribly jacked up otherwise.
Right. 'Cause
I mean,
a rogue.
he was a monk. He was an int rogue, no less, and then he became a monk with no power stat.
With no wisdom. Right. All right, never mind with
Yeah.
that one then.
Well, it, I know you've I know you've put a lot of coin into Sakani and Igniferus. So if Ashka comes to you needing more materials, feel free to ask me. I'll
Alright.
spare what I can, as having a partial transference would be a great benefit to myself as well.
Yeah.
Y'all need cash or something?
No, I'm not a pauper or anything. I've got coin. I've got coin still.
This is just because, if it does cost any more, and I'd be benefiting from it just as much as Hashat, so should bear a fair share of the cost.
Goodness knows we certainly have a number of things that we can't actually make use of because we just are already we're already tied up in other magical attunements. At least most of us. I'm pretty sure that Ursula still only has just the one somehow.
I got the two.
You got two? I thought it was just the weapon. What's the other one?
No,
Weapon and amulet.
Amulet?
no, I don't have that amulet.
What do you have? You got, was it Wolf Claw?
Weapons. And I got the Wolf Claw and Gauntlets of Overpower.
Gauntlets of Ogre Power?
Yeah.
Did you
I
make
had them
that?
made.
Oh.
Uh-huh. And Cloak of Protection, which is comes with the same item characteristic, and Spell Transfer Cloak into Gauntlets.
Oh, okay.
Both are trinket items.
Yep. They technically are, even though gauntlets of ogre power are very much
Armor.
well, no, not armor. They're very much a trinket item that specifically benefits the attack.
So throwing a cloak of protection on top into that made it a very rare item. So yeah, I got 2 items, so it's
So you could still have something.
that and that. Yeah, do not worry. I'm good so far. And then that's details should be maxed out.
I have my health modified.
Oh, you maxed out in attunements left.
Ah, yes.
I can't believe you've managed to talk about magic items for the past hour and a half.
I know, right? Can we move on?
Well, it's like it was an interesting topic, and people have just been
Yeah.
continuing on. It's okay.
But I also don't want the whole session to just be this. There is other downtime stuff to get to.
Huh. I'm surprised that as a Raven Knight she doesn't have a trained perception.
Yeah, sidekicks get shit for skills, unfortunately.
Yeah, fair. Her acrobatics, though, baller.
Who's acrobatics?
Mori is, because she is a Dexodin.
And she's an actual sidekick?
Yes.
Yeah. She is a character sheet I have a control of. And also, I really am greatly amused by her armor.
That's not what I was asking, Scout. Like, sidekick is an actual way of making a character, so did you actually use that, Savin?
Yes, I did.
Mm-hmm.
I took a the basic bitch Paladin stat block that I use. I leveled it back down to 1/2 CR, and then applied it to 11 levels of the spellcaster sidekick to give her spells, so she can do this.
Ooh.
Amazing.
I
level 3 smites.
Like, you don't need a mass healing word to give much health to one person. That's literally not the point of it.
Mm-hmm.
I just love the fact that with all this talk of Elysian Steel, no one's pointed out the fact that she's wearing it.
She's wearing a suit of Elysian steel.
A breastplate, but yeah.
Yes. Mori is not mentioned as much, but yes, while her armor has a great deal of filigree and decoration, it is Elysian steel.
I thought it was just fancy.
Nope.
It was only ever described as fancy, so...
There's no way to know it's Elysian steel until you see it do anything.
Yep. Nahia knows, but she kept shtup.
I mean, Nahia doesn't really know either. To be fair, you as the player know, and just narked on her.
Yeah.
But if Mori ain't said shit, she's not gonna. That's her breastplate.
This is true.
I went all the way to the dream to get that shit back.
It's very pretty.
Well, maybe she can put in a nice word about Tarn to Kandan. Like, can't fix the bridge with Szooth, but maybe, you know.
I mean, Tarn's a good boy.
Tarn's actually one of the better boys in terms of the Kandarian philosophies.
True.
Tarn is actually very deliberate when it comes to knowledge when it comes to when to share knowledge and when to keep a secret, he does value knowledge as one of his highest tenets.
What is the difference between what is Flame Blade?
Flame Blade is a
green Flame
level
Blade.
2 spell that lets you conjure a. Unlike a Shadow Blade, which conjures an actual weapon, Flame Blade is just a concentration spell that lets you make a spell attack that does 3d6 plus no modifiers melee damage.
Ugh, it's a concentration check. Oh
Yep,
my
it's
God.
basically a worse Shadow Blade in almost every respect, except that it uses your spellcasting ability for attack rolls.
But not even for damage?
No, it has no damage modifier.
So yeah,
But
it is
3d6 instead of 2d8, so, you know, marginally higher base, I suppose.
Yeah, but that's what?
Like 1 point of extra damage on average.
1.5, actually. So yeah, but no, that is completely negated by actually getting to add the modifier. So yeah, it's literally a purposeless spell unless it's the only one of the two on your list, I guess.
Which in this case it was, so, you know.
Yep.
Yep. The
I mean, she still has a really, really good weapon.
Yeah, I honestly don't. Unless there is a situation where Mori has to go into somewhere unarmed and, you know, she doesn't have some power to summon her sword, she should never use Flame Blade ahead of a 2nd level smite.
Yeah, no, you should. Flame Blade is just there to be fucking cool because it looks amazing and she's a goddamn celestial. So
Wait.
it's
She
her
has
RP.
Spirit Shroud?
Mm-hmm.
I am almost pawing at my mic. I love that spell. But right, anyway, sorry. Where were we?
I'm not sure.
Lightsaber.
What other downtime stuff do we have to deal with?
I have a lot.
Okay, you do.
Yeah.
Can
I still have a decent build myself.
Hello?
Hello.
Oh, let's decide who does a downtime thing then, I guess.
I nominate DCL. He was really quiet during that last bit.
Sure.
I mean, I'm here. So my
Yeah.
main downtime action was building my Dark Souls boss body.
Ah, yes, that's
God,
right.
that's right. You were making a golem body that you'll ride on the back of.
Yes.
Oh fuck.
Lord. Okay. Hold on 1 second. Journals, DCL.
I even have an appropriate Dark Souls name for it. It can be called Guardian of the Ashes.
Okay, I need to very quickly check if that isn't an already existing boss.
I'm almost sure it is.
What is this, sorry?
No,
It
it's
is
not.
not. How on earth have they not used that? Scal, the name is Guardian of the Ashes.
That hat. Okay, yeah, you're right. That definitely sounds like it should be a Dark Souls.
It's not. And it's not. It's great.
All right. Yeah, DCL, I've given you a character sheet. You may now fill it out to build yourself a character. And describe what monstrosity or awesomeness Szooth has Yalis craft over the downtime.
Oh, God, I don't think I can describe what a mixture between a dragon and a owl would look like.
I mean, all right, if you can't describe it, I do know another skill set that you possess that can be exercised between sessions.
I mean, yeah, I can draw it. Obviously, it probably looks. I'm going to be taking a lot of the Dragon Rider because, armor design is hard for me, but it's a lot of feathers. Can I add a cloak?
Yeah, sure.
I want to add a cape. Just because I feel like that flowing would be a nice little detail. It's going to look very royal. This is all, as the name suggests, it is not only for protection of Szooth, it is supposed to also be a tribute to Sathia when he eventually goes back. It needs to be regal. It needs to be pretty. Szooth is not one for ostentation, but when it comes to things that Sathia must have, there's only the best. Only
Oh
the
shit,
best.
that's pretty good, Hedrah.
Wait, Hedrah already posted them?
Yeah, so there's a link in sidebar.
Was that
in
Hedrah?
VCT, you mean?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, sidebar was me.
Oh, sorry.
VCT is
Whatever.
Hedrah.
I'm fucking.
Oh yeah. Get it, the long neck, the dragon talons and wings. The cloak is probably like not even a real cloak. It's like a half dragon, half owl wing.
There's definitely got to be the appropriate monster hunter monster, and therefore appropriate armor to go with it for bird
Yeah, right.
dragon.
Yeah, there has to be some monster hunter.
There's no way there isn't.
Awesome.
I mean, shit. If I have to melt down gold and platinum coins to also like detail this thing, don't think I won't do it. It'll be an
That's
incredible
idea.
waste of money, but it'd be so cool.
Fucking do it. That's awesome.
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
How is this actually gonna work mechanically?
Basically, I think the way it's going to work is that anytime Szooth is using it, he is having to power it with all of his like astral soul. So Szooth will just be on its back and be using that as the character because he couldn't do both at once.
But I suppose it gets incapacitated. What happens then?
I assume it just needs to be repaired.
Savin?
Yeah, it will basically just be a character for Duckles to play. Like I'm not gonna spurg out too hard on the mechanics so that he can have something fun to do.
Okay. I guess specifically, what happens to Szooth when it gets incapacitated?
He'll just go
Does he-
unconscious.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not going to be an extra life bar for DCL. No. It will basically just replace Szooth as a unit on the field.
Yeah, I was not expecting it to be a full extra.
Oh, nice though. But I will say this: poor little Szooth should probably need an extra fucking health bar.
I mean, with how squishy Szooth is, but this since it should be taking fighter and barbarian level, should be pretty healthy.
Actually, one more question on that vein, Savin. Will Szooth go into the dying state, or will he just be unconscious?
I think the fairest way to do it is Szooth will begin dying if this thing goes down, but unlike a normal golem, the thing won't just be destroyed and be irreparable when it goes down. You can actually just throw mending on it or whatever.
Okay.
So, like, for example, if you're in a combat encounter and Szooth's riding around piloting his mecha suit here, and it goes down to 0 hit points, Szooth gets ejected out at 0 hit points and is dying. He gets picked back up and rather than the mecha getting back up as well, because it's a golem suit. It's out of commission now. It needs to be mended. Szooth will just get back up with his monk stat block and need to go fucking punch people for a little bit.
Sure.
So he is now a boss with faces if he can get healed out of dying.
How will key work?
I won't be using it. I'll probably just be saying like all my astral abilities and stuff are being used to power this thing.
No, DCL. Like, I mean, when Szooth gets yeeted out of it, how will key work? Because we all know it's going to happen at least once.
Yeah, I think all of his resources will be on cooldown, basically. Like anything that's on a short rest needs to be short rested back up. Because the golem will have its own special abilities that he's using his to power, effectively.
Okay. I figured these were a couple of questions that we really needed to ask
beforehand, yes.
In advance.
These are good things to establish, yes.
So what if Szooth ejects himself midway?
I would say you probably can't. Just to keep things clean, you probably need to deattune as a short rest.
Alright. Yeah, that makes sense.
So
to pilot it, you have to attune to it, and then to depilot, you have to unattune to it.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll write up a handout proper between sessions with all the deets in it.
Szooth thinks he's making this giant monstrosity, and really it's just 5 foot.
I mean, to you that is giant.
Man.
I know, that's the joke.
Come on, it has to at least be Tarnavak height.
Yeah, no, of course. It's at least going to be like 6 foot. It's not going to be like 5 foot nothing.
I said Tarnavak height.
Wait, how tall is Tarn right now?
7.5 foot. Remember?
Oh yeah, I forgot.
He's a tall boy now.
I think I'm good with around 6'5". Doesn't need to be too incredibly tall, or does it actually?
I feel like it should be in order for Szooth to fit in comfortably.
Oh wait, you're fitting into it?
I thought I was wearing it in the back, but when you put it like that,
there's no way you shouldn't wear it like a fucking mech suit, my dude.
I thought you were going to like.
I understand that the idea was to ride it around on the back, but now that it's been brought up, actually using it like a fucking Jaeger is pretty baller.
Yeah.
We could get Szooth like a fucking hamster ball that sits in its chest.
It has to be at least Tarn size.
Yeah. If you are going to ride in it, I would say its minimum height is twice Szooth's actual height.
6 foot?
Yeah, because it was very tiny.
Yeah. I would say actually a little bit more than that.
How big is he actually?
It's like actually 3 foot.
A real man.
High.
Szooth is tiny enough to fit into Ursula's chest, guys. He's small.
You're going to have to exercise, though, because your donk is actually going to now get in the way of your ability to climb into this suit.
Obviously, you just give the suit an awesome ass.
You know what? That was dumb of me to even suggest otherwise. You're right. Continue on.
No, though, we just insert Szooth like a fucking EVA pilot.
But yes, okay. So, we'll make the handout, but yeah, the rules seem pretty clear. Resources lost on get back up, ejected if it is destroyed, needs to be mended or repaired, and to get out of it safely needs a short rest.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I guess I had always been picturing it with Szooth riding inside just because that's what made the most sense to me in terms of him surviving it taking damage and not being sniped out or not being fucked by, like, a cloud kill.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Now the question is, now do I use the torch as like a little heart center and install it into the golem?
I'm telling you.
Can
you
I
need-
create like a little? Can I create like a little Iron Man like circlet thing so I could put the torch in and out so that way if I want to I can take it out and reattune to it?
So personally, I say you should get like imagine like a Szooth-sized hamster ball that sits in this thing's chest, and he straps in his feet and hands to it like it's an actual Jaeger and like wears a crown of command.
No, because that's totally what he's doing. I
Okay.
mean, like with the torch, right? Because that's an item that increases my con. But if I'm going to be riding in this thing, I'm not going to be getting that. So instead,
the torch
No,
increases your wisdom.
The
The torque.
Yeah.
The
With
torque.
by sunlight.
You could use the torque as the crown of command for this thing, though. That'd be pretty cool.
oh yeah, that does increase my wisdom. Yeah. Hey, give me a second. Am I just fucking crazy? Wasn't there something?
What?
Yeah, didn't I get an amulet of health?
Yeah, I had it
Um,
made for you. Ursula had it made for him. Remember? He's shouting at the staff.
Yeah,
I asked before, months ago, about getting 5G for that to make it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you didn't get one was made.
yeah, no, that's what I mean. Like, couldn't I use? That's what I was. The torch is obviously the torque. The torque is obviously the crown that he's using to pilot the thing. I was saying the amulet of health. Couldn't I like slot that in to give this thing a 19 con?
Yes, you can give your magic items up to this thing, and it wears them through you.
All right. I just wanted to clarify.
I guess here I come in again with questions. How do attunements work when he gets yeeted out? Does
I assume
stay
I'm not
attuned to the mech?
I think that would be fair.
Yeah, I think they would stay attuned to the mech.
That's why I wanted the little circlet slot, so I can like, if I want to, I can take it out, then reattune to it, and then it's just like
Yeah,
gun out.
like you're just strapping your stuff onto the mech. The mech is now a fucking ring of attunement for you. Using up your attunement slots so it can...
Damn it!
And we're back here, everyone. Thanks for tuning into Sav&D. We'll
I
see you
thought we
next
were
week.
free. All right, yeah, I'm out. How much experience do we get? The answer's none.
Yeah, the answer is
no.
-5 for my sanity. All right. So
I just looked at the clock and realized that it is not that late. Oh god.
I own you for
Forever.
another hour, bitch.
Ah!
All right, no, but yeah, we'll talk more about the specifics of the Szooth mobile later. Like I said, there's a character sheet in the sidebar if you want to start building that character.
Which I am.
All right, cool.
You mean the Z Gundam?
Sure. Sure. Does anyone else have anything they'd like to do over downtime that needs DM input?
I have multiple things, but I'm willing to let someone else go first.
I know that feel.
I feel
Yeah.
Well, we're just gonna say something that's information that's gonna be passed to the group.
Go ahead.
Sure. Go ahead.
Ursula's gonna mention the fact that apparently the Iron Veins are not this city. Apparently, Orson has come down with a very strong sickness. They had to go back to the Iron Vein house. And he has brought a lot of, HS clerics to try and take care of him.
Their country house in Ivara, or all the way back?
Andalou.
Gods.
Do you have any details on this illness?
No, it was sudden onset of Sav&D can retell that better.
Yeah, he had a pretty bad cough, coughing up blood, I believe, and was quite bedridden. Apparently, it was severe enough that the clerics here in Avara couldn't take care of him. So the Thane bundled up the kiddo with his household staff and made best haste back to their ancestral Thanehold outside Ehrenberg, where they can bring in the best from all over the kingdom of Aruna.
So you said wasting sickness, yeah?
It seems to be, yes.
Which is to say the same initial symptom had by
Tahira and Nahia.
Nahia.
Yeah. That's a correct memory, right, Savin?
Yeah, that sounds accurate.
I didn't think a god could just manifest an illness. Then again, I guess Talion did curse my entire race. So I guess they can manifest some blight upon something.
Or the bastard knew that the young man would be vulnerable before he made the threat to Ursula.
I just hope it's this, as terrible as it is, I hope it's the second one. I've got a bunch of kids on the way, and I don't want them targeted by this creature.
Well,
We definitely need to move up the timetable on murdering him.
I
I
suppose.
just-
Go ahead.
I'm not gonna say. It's not gonna say. Well, I did some digging into that.
Yeah?
I just gets out a scroll and just a parchment and just rolls it out because not saying his name, so it doesn't pick up. But here, this is how to make sure he doesn't come back.
So you were right.
I misjudged. Good eye, Ursula.
I think it's not so much an eye. I think it was just a wiggle through like instincts.
The intuition, man. Regardless. How about we pour hot oil on our hands and set them on fire to rip it out? Just to make sure it
No,
hurts
it's-
extra.
Oh no, I'm gonna rip open it and like I said. It says that it has to be makes the motion of stabbing.
Right. I don't know about you, but I have claws. I will gesture at my big thummies.
Perhaps we should maybe we should go make our way, well, after we've dealt with after our appointment. Perhaps we should make our way up the coast to that nice little keep you pointed out there, Tarnavak, with has an Elysian steel sword in it. Something Ursula can really use to bite into this guy and carve open his chest with.
Oh, trust me, I can carve open it really well. It's just I'm going to sharpen something.
Well, the one slight benefit of your son's sickness is that we know that serpentine wretch will be paying attention. He'll be nearby. Or
There are a number of ruins in that area. The crypt we were at, the sword grave is there.
Or, if he isn't physically, he'll be waiting for the Iron Veins to try to summon him.
To get desperate.
Indeed. If I hate to ask this, Ursula, but if you are willing to cooperate a little while with the Thane, then that might give us the best chance to kill this thing and save your son.
It's like, yeah, like it's Ursula has like, like head twitches, like fingers are just digging into the wood.
Mori puts a hand on your head. Believe me, I know how repugnant that sounds. Don't force yourself if you don't think you can, but Tarnavak's right. It could help us save your son.
Yes, that is what I'm looking at. The only reason he is still alive is because I love my son more than I hate him. If we go there, I will really need somebody to, what is the word? Put
Hold you back?
chain around me for that. Yeah, I will absolutely need it. If he says that, takes deep breath, says anything stupid, hold me back.
It may be wisest if Nahia and I did most of the talking.
Yes, you two are very good at diplomacy and that better than I can be, so
There to help if possible. Gods only know I want that fucking snake dead.
Both of them, really.
Indeed.
well, that's the thing. I saw him before during the, in not inauguration of the Magister.
Wait a second.
What?
We're going to wait for Thane, for the Thane here to get. We want to wait. The plan is to wait for them is to work with the Thane. Wait, why bother? I'm gonna point at
We'll probably need to get in.
I'm going to point at Morgan. Why can't we just do what you did and just summon him ourselves?
I don't happen to have a gigantic tattoo with his permission strapped to my back.
Did you need Morgan's permission to summon her forth?
Yes!
No.
A
I had
spirit
to climb into the dream and have it written into me by her and Mithras both.
Oh.
A spirit is normally under no obligation to answer a summon. It takes much more powerful magic to compel one to appear. And if Daheg is as powerful as he seems, I doubt there's any magic that can. But there are certainly some people who can summon him.
And
Yeah, this dirty little cult
the point
Nahia's
of
dad.
is
and the,
Radomir.
and the point of working with the Iron Veins is that at some point, sooner or later, that snake is expecting them to get desperate enough to summon him. He's strong, but he isn't a true god. He won't be able to... He won't know our involvement if we play our cards right. He'll just sense the Thane, his desperation, all of the things he was expecting, and then he'll appear, and then we'll be able to finish this.
It's either that or we go and see Mr. To see Radomir and fucking shake a summon out of him. Gods already know he has proven he has that capacity.
We may not want to shake it out of him.
Trust me, I want to shake it out of him the bastard.
That wouldn't work, though, Nahia. Daheg... Sorry.
If we
Tarn wouldn't say Daheg, that was me.
If we
Most
press
likely
gang
say
him,
well.
if we press gang him, it might not work.
The serpent... He won't have the power to sense all of the motivations around it, but he'll have the ability to sense the motivation of the summoner, at least. If Radomir's calling from fear, he'll know not to answer.
Oh, I
Then how
suspect
about-
he'll be calling out of anger, considering that poisonous cunt happened to take my wife's legs away again.
But hypothetically, if perhaps we caught him summoning Daheg of his own free will, say as routine part of their cult activities, did you not see a priestess conjuring him forth from between her legs once? If we could interrupt another one of those rituals, then we could catch Daheg unawares.
Oh, god damn it.
We would have to track down his cult again.
Well, as
Oh,
Tarn
no,
says,
probably-
it's very likely we know where they're going to appear next.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We simply
Oh,
wait for
God.
them to
Timing.
summon the serpent and strike from the shadows. Whether that's at the Ironbane estate, or if we find a way to get into Radomir's estate here in the city.
When did this, Ursula? When did you find out about this? And how long has your boy been sick?
I will exposition what you told me because right now my brain is slightly dislodged.
It was, it happened it started just before the start of winter.
Then they wouldn't get that desperate so quickly, unless we nudge things in the right direction. What if we send a letter to the Iron Vein estate with just enough information to put them on the trail of Radomir.
I would rather deliver that hint in person. A letter is both too easily lost and too easily misinterpreted.
Or intercepted.
Aye.
Because who knows if that's a problem as well. Who knows if there's somebody that's already working for the asshole already there.
It's possible. We don't have enough information.
What I... Oh. We
I could
do...
I could always scry on your kid.
What
You can always look through a mirror. It's okay.
That first dog.
What we do have, though, is plenty of Radomir's old summoning books, and I'll reach up and give my beret a little tug. A way of looking like we should know what we're talking about.
Posing as emissaries.
One of us, at least, could pose as one of the Serpent's cultists, giving those little hints and tidbits and teasing them onto the right path and making sure they go down it fast enough that the rest of us are in position.
I have one final matter of note on possible ways to catch the snake. I still have to unexplore the magic circle locations.
By now, I would expect they've deserted them.
That is possible, but they are almost certainly scribbled through a mirror. Considering I have at least something with which to wax lyrical with.
And... if you can do it...
Let's try.
It would... Oh, and if they haven't shielded them... If they are... Well, actually, that would be information in it of itself. If they're still in use, they'll almost certainly be proved from scrying, but if they are, then that means they're worth going to. They haven't... If they've been abandoned, it must have been recently.
I'm trying to think of the rhymes for magic circle now. Huh. No, he's just gonna frown and lean back.
Urkel is...
That's not...
No, that's what you need to get it to rhyme with. Like, that's... It's not...
You want to find one of their magic circle?
I've got 2 magic circles, but I just need a rhyme so I can scry the destinations, along the lines of mirror, mirror, something, something. Show me the destination of this magic circle.
Oh, right. You just know there are 2 magic. You don't know where they are exactly. Okay.
Correct. But being able to refer to a literal object means that it can be at least scribed upon.
Hmm.
I have a reference point, but, nowhere on the map to point at it with.
It would be a bit vague for a regular scrying. It's true.
Savin.
Mhm.
So, I do have a tool proficiency that is specifically about language and writing and stuff. Could I just roll that to ask you what you would consider an appropriate rhyme for Magic Circle?
Yeah, roll a 10 plus and you can go look up the Poet's Dictionary.
I got a 22.
Alright. You may use the internet to find a rhyme for circle.
Okay, so in circle, obviously, and then a whole lot of names.
Let's see. The rhyme zone. Let's see. Merkel. Ah, yes. Perfect. Thank
There
you.
we go. I'm gonna change. I decided circle is a shit stupid word.
Just need to talk to Angela Merkel somehow.
Pass.
Let's see. There's literally no words that are appropriate other
Yes,
than
I'd skip
in
that. Exactly.
circle.
I skipped.
Oh,
I
wait a
changed.
minute.
I used, instead of circle, I referred to teleportation code instead.
Okay. Good.
And since it is still on my boat, mirror, mirror, on Waves of Road, show the destination of this teleportation code.
Oh, these are teleportation circles.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yes.
Okay. Well, one of them leads here to Avara, to a lair under the sewers that you guys found already.
Okay.
You, in fact, knew where that circle was. The other one, let's see, where were you?
We were in the old family home.
Oh no, I know where you got it. I'm just trying to see on the map where the fuck it leads to. I
Okay.
believe. Right, yes. This one leads all the way over here to Port Marge.
Port Marge.
Let me pop the map out there. So it's been a hot minute, probably about 100 sessions since we've been all the way back there. But that is actually where you met Nahia the first time. And indeed, there was a Lechayev mercantile store in that town. And the teleportation circle, it seems, leads to a complex underneath there.
Are we able to get a good view of that complex then? Is it still occupied or abandoned?
You only briefly see the room it's in, and that room appears to be empty and dusty. Look at these old ass tokens.
Oh my.
Wow, look at that. Old Hashat.
Yeah, I know.
Damn.
Who the fuck is this?
Version 1
Little
Hashat.
Like with
manlet.
her little nubbins horns.
Look
Oh,
at
man,
those little
what?
nubbins there. Do you have little horn cozies for them when you go to sleep?
Ah, yes, and Leona with her mighty
That
7
would
hit
be fucking
points.
cute, though.
Oh, Leona. Well, that place looks fairly unguarded.
And although, handy to have a teleportation to a Lechayev estate, I suppose.
Just
Probably want to check that out from the enter from the outside instead of actually take the circle in the future. But knowing it's functional, that's handy.
We'll see.
I'm just racking up these fucking teleport destinations.
I have a suggestion for a rhyme for you to try.
All right.
As that is one of his epithets in Ursula's legend lore.
Ah, very well. That said, is there any kind of safety mechanism to prevent, from gazing in and then gazing back? I have noted in the past that looking upon figures of divinity, they do tend to then look coyly and knowingly up at us.
Yeah, Mori's just gonna shake her head and say, he will notice if you scry upon him directly, which this very well might if he's there.
Yeah, I don't think that we should rumble.
Unless you know for a fact he's somewhere outside his lair. That is.
Nah. No, I suspect that if he's anywhere, he's either hiding inside some kind of poisonous concubine bitch, or is in fact in the lair at the height of his safety and power. And I suspect that that kind of scrying would just endanger us and reveal our hand. Although, wait a moment, I know what to do. Going to ask Hashat to lift the mirror up. Going to take a walk on down actually to your house, Tarn, where Jalis is. We're going to do the scrying from inside her aura.
Oh my goodness, that's a
Bam.
really good idea. She does.
We
exude-
can't get counter scryed. she's an aura of counter scry.
I'll also, since we're at my house, I will lend you my hat so you can, after an hour, put on a disguise.
Sure, that would be most appreciated.
Just,
Well,
he probably won't be able to determine where we're looking from, but he might still be able to see who's looking.
I know
This is
exactly,
another layer.
exactly what to do then.
right,
I'm going to go with the appearance of someone who looks like they could be, like, I don't know, maybe an older sister to that first green concubine we saw in the poison pool. Like, age her up, milf her up a little bit extra.
Alright.
right. Just before, would mirror, let's get something done. Would you please show me my son?
Alright. So you take the mirror there, you set up. Ursula, you speak your rhyme. Unfortunately, as you intone it, all the mirror does is warble slightly.
I would assume that Merchant Lord's private estate is scry-proof, unfortunately.
Or
Well,
Mistress Jalis applies her disruption both ways.
I don't think so, because we've been able to scry the location at a distance where she's been before.
well, let's see, something, mirror that show us so far, can you please show New Kadar?
The mirror wobbles.
Okay,
They will not. We can't do that, unfortunately.
fine. Let's leave the Jalis zone.
Not
And-
unless, you'd have to go through a very long process of trying to exactly math out the radius of her effect and put the mirror on just the outside of it, which would be time consuming.
I don't know. Can anyone cast Magic Circle?
You?
No, I do not have that. I could if I had prepared it, but no, I've never had a reason to cast it until literally only this second.
No. I mean, Valeria could, but she doesn't. I don't think she has it available at this exact moment.
I'm just gonna go ask Rahit.
All right, what are you asking her?
If she would be willing to cast a magic circle around the mirror so I can scry from it while we're still stood in vaguely the Jalis cloud.
See, does she know the magic circle spell? No. Do you have a
Bugger
scroll?
shit. I think I pick one up. It's fine. Whatever. How much? Whatever it costs.
Before we go buying like scrolls, what do we think of that variant rhyme I suggested? Because that shouldn't show De Hague, that should just show how you get into where De Hague lives.
That's true. It might be a good way to go about it. Yeah. All right. We can get a distance away from Zalis and just do it from inside like a carriage.
So, Savin, how far is the distance from my house to the Magister's Tower?
The Magister's Tower, in fact, I've just been looking at that, is 2.8 miles away.
Okay, so probably a bit further than we want to go.
Yeah, that and they've got their own mirror. We've been told to keep it the fuck away from them.
Yeah, August Mirror has been working just fine.
Yeah.
So clearly you don't have to go the entire map hex out of town to leave the Jalis zone. But yeah, being in the same building as a giant, like, fucking disruptor dish here, probably not great for the mirror.
Okay.
So I guess let's start by going a bit up the road to Ursula's house.
Sure. We'll chuck ourselves inside a carriage and do it that way.
I'm your neighbor.
Yeah, but
No, I'm literally your neighbor. I'm across the fucking street.
I don't know how close houses in our part of Ivara are.
30 feet.
Yeah, you could sit on your porch and huck a stone into Ursula's front yard.
That's not saying much. I have 18 strength.
I mean,
really,
it's saying enough that it's probably not far enough.
Yeah, I'm literally your neighbor. It's not. No, I mean this in a European measurement. I'm your neighbor.
All right, carrying on from that then, before it just goes on forever. We'll carriage the mirror about a mile out. Pick an innocuous spot near a tavern.
Yeah, once you're about a mile out, you are indeed able to see that the mirror seems to stop wobbling, like rippling water, and calms down a bit.
Before we do any rhyming, I'll go, mirror, mirror. I apologize. That was rude.
It seems slightly shinier than before.
It seems only fair. If this mirror is as semi-sentient as it has always seemed, that was probably quite rude of us, intentionally.
Mirror, mirror, you've done us well. We humbly apologize for giving you hell.
Tarn, the mirror wobbles once again, but this time the vision clarifies into a image of Siggy back home, currently like playing a game with Kunagun. Both of them seem very happy.
Oh, that's so precious. You are getting such an extra polishing once we're back on the ship.
Okay,
all right,
then,
yeah, go right ahead. Do you want to start with
so we
sun
try
or
at
with?
least. Yes, at least so we know it works. That mirror is okay with it.
Sure.
All right. So you want to see your son, eh?
Mm-hmm.
Very.
The mirror will shift somewhat. the image zooms out quite a ways, then back down, all the way over here in Ehrenberg. One of the mountains near that great dwarven citadel plays host to the Iron Vein estate. Ursula, you've been there many times. You remember it all too well. The great stone doors, slate gray and grim. Two big statues of dwarven lords of the past flanking it. The mirror zips through them as quick as can be, deep down into the interior of the estate, towards a room that you remember at one point had been a guest room, but now it seems to be quite occupied. 3 of the walls have been overtaken by bookshelves, and one has a bed pressed up against it. A relatively small bed, one for a dwarven child of sorts. And in it there is indeed Orson. He's not alone in this case. He's quite bedridden, eyes closed. There's a bloodied kerchief next to him, and several buckets of water to keep him cool. But beside him, of course, there is the Thane, himself looking quite pale and gaunt after so much worry. There are a couple of nurses. And there's another figure that you all recognize. I believe you've all seen him before. There's another merchant lord of the region standing by Colton's side, speaking in hushed whispers with the dwarf. A salamander, tall, skinny,
bitch.
mop of red hair atop his head, green scales. A pair of wings are furled behind him, and he's got a staff in hand. It is, in fact, Radomir Lashild.
Nobody tell Anaya if I end up killing her father.
He fled into the night, seeking his lost dark god.
I will dig a hole especially deep for you to throw his body into.
Well, we know our destination. Don't need to do our follow-up scry.
No.
I suggest we get ready for our trip down to Anders Bay.
I only hope all those serpents are still gathered in one bushel when we make our way there.
I can get us to Narame. Right, but that's
circle there.
Uh-huh. That's the closest I can go, though.
All right, we've got our meeting with Rajan in Anders Bay. We head to Narame straight after that, yes?
I... Once
Well,
we're finished with that bastard snake, then we can deal with everything else.
Mm-hmm.
like if you've seen a cat push up, that's pretty much what Ursula is, and you can almost hear her teeth starting cracking from biting down. And actual fucking heat vapors coming off her.
One thing, Ursula. One thing I would ask you to try to remember was Radomir that came to the Thane.
Probably directed to do so.
You wouldn't have known to call for him. For all of his evil...
That lizard. Skinned.
He certainly is a snake oil
That's it.
salesman, that's for sure.
Yes, I want him skinned.
I'll do it happily. Well, not happily, obviously.
No,
We
you
leave-
won't
we
have to
leave.
need to do that.
We'll leave Nahia in. Where do we want? Where we bring her? We do not bring her with us this time, I assume.
No, she's back.
No, God's
She
not.
stays,
back
she
on
stays
the
here in. She stays here in Ivara while we go about our business. Or do we leave her in Anders Bay?
No,
Leave
she
her
stays in the
here.
tower.
Yeah.
Leave her here. She has plenty to occupy herself with. I say for that... I say we bring my father. It's... Hobgoblin justice is what they deserve.
I'll leave it to all of you to figure out. I'm going ahead to Anders Bay. I'll be there a week before the rest of you.
Do you want me to send you? Or are you taking the boat?
Sending would be great.
Sure.
Morrigan. I appreciate that idea, but would she really want to see him now doing this, giving in this much to that serpent?
Regardless of all of these facts, she'll be in a wheelchair again by winter.
So our plan is Anders Bay, Rajan. I assume we are going to, as much as we would like to, I'm assuming we are going to skip finding Tiamat's burial rest. Well,
As soon as we're done up there, I would ask we return to Anders Bay to find it, but
yeah.
It comes second.
Rajan and Anders Bay, then we'll head up to Naramay, and we'll head for Ehrenberg Castle immediately. And then go up to Stormvale to find this ring. That way we can put all this, we can try and put all of Dehaeg's madness to bed all at once.
Perhaps on the way back, if they'll take us, visit Lyris.
Since we're going all the way up to Ehrenberg, I'd like to go to the Sword Grave before continuing up to Stormvale. I have some unfinished business there, and it's very close by.
Very well. We have to deal with Rajan first.
Of course, that is an
then-
appointment we can't miss.
Then deal with up there.
we'll go to Ehrenberg right away after that. Yeah.
I'm gonna go ask Nahia about her father and tell her what we've seen.
Really? Are you sure?
It is not fair to keep my wife in the dark about this matter.
No, but they say ignorance is bliss.
Would you like some moral support, or would you be more comfortable going alone?
I will. I'll handle it myself. I think that everyone's passions are rather inflamed right now. I would rather not mince pretty words and tell her straight. But I appreciate the thought.
Aye.
All right. Come, let me know when when you want to head to Anders Bay.
Will do. Yeah. Where's Anaya staying right now? In a tavern place with me, or is she staying Magister Tower?
I believe you guys were all living on the boat.
It's true. Yeah. Duh.
So yeah, she's there with Marie.
Yep. I shall wander on in. Politely ask Marie if I can have a moment alone with Anaya.
Sure, Mom. It's fine. Leave.
Thanks, son.
Anaya is, I feel like this is probably fairly late in the downtime, this conversation.
Oh yeah, no doubt.
So yeah, Anaya's probably got a cane at this point. She's still trucking around on her own for now. She'll come
Yep.
over and give you a big hug. So what is on your mind, darling?
Your
You
father.
seem- Ah,
The we have discovered that Ursula's son has grown suddenly sick and infirm, and fearing the worst, we performed some scrying. The gesture at the empty space where the mirror was. We probably actually had to come in and get that mirror.
yeah.
Should have seen us pull it off. Yeah, we gotta look at some shit. When scrying in on her son and trying to figure what we would do about the fucking snake, we discovered your father already there and looking somewhat more resplendent and green dragon to boot.
No, that bastard did not tell me he's not hurt Ursula's son.
I believe he might have, yes.
There are a string of curses in Draconic, and Anaya will lean back against the wall, rubbing at her eyes. Stupid Suka, what has he done? I
At
can only
first light,
imagine Ursula wants to rip his head off and shit down his neck now.
that yes, she had similarly colorful descriptions for what should be done, and honestly, seeing him harming someone else's child, I'm unfortunately of much the same opinion.
Surely he has not harmed a child. I cannot believe even fallen so far he would go to that low. This must be work of the serpent, not the father.
I'm unsure of that matter. You saw what became of the estate. The things that he took part in and allowed to happen. Like, he gave up your mother as well.
Like, you don't have to tell me, but he's not in his right mind, Nahia.
I know
I
he
know that
isn't.
much. Whether he is being mind controlled as mother was, or simply gone mad with whatever desperation brought him to this point. But there's no saving him from Ursula now.
Not as likely, no.
Will slowly slump down the wall until she's sitting on the deck, buries her face in her hands. What am I going to do now? I do not. As much as I hate everything my father has done, I do not want to see him ripped apart by Ursula. I don't know if I could stomach that.
I do
There
not know what to suggest, honestly.
must be some way to get through to him, to show him what this serpent has done. Some way to snap him out of this.
I do not know. I'm woefully out of my depth as far as all this is concerned. And goodness knows I do not want you to hurt, but a lot of bad has occurred in his name.
Well, I still have legs on which to walk. I should go to him then and try and speak to him for the first time since all of this started. Yes. If there's anyone in this whole world who can get through to him, it would be me. So I will go to this dwarf lord and have words.
I do not want you to get hurt or mind controlled or worse. It's obvious that he's still able to exhibit the power over you. And I could not bear the thought that you would be used against us.
She draws a sharp breath, wincing at the thought.
You very nearly were last time, and to knock you out.
What am I going to do, Nahia? I can't just sit here helplessly and let you go off and kill my father. Please just tell me what to do.
I don't have any answers. I've thought about God only knows what, but there is too much that could go wrong, and too much that would put you at risk. I could try to bring back your father in chains and keep Ursula from killing him at least. I don't know if that is the way in which you would wish to see your papa, but this is the best I can offer. I can't bear the thought of you coming along. You would undoubtedly be used against us.
As long as he survives, there must be some chance that I can undo the damage done to him. And if not, then I will make sure he pays for the rest of his life for his sins. and hurts no one again.
Yeah.
Please, Nahia, save my papa.
Okay. All right. I don't look forward to having to knock Ursula out. I'm sure she will understand somehow.
I can only hope. Yeah, I think Anaya's gonna have herself a nice cry at this point.
Yep. Yeah, I'm probably gonna go to the other PCs. If anything, the other option is I have Revivify now, so I might just let Ursula kill him and then pick him up anyway and put him in shackles right after. Oof.
That spell doesn't work in this game.
Oh,
Does it not work
I
at
thought-
all? I literally thought that it worked because it was the
No,
resuscitation.
that's your ruling.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
No, Breath of Life wasn't that because it had to be done within 1 round. You ruled that at least in this game.
I don't know.
Right.
All I've got is Revivify. I always thought that one was actually allowed.
I mean, it would make sense to be allowed. Largely because going from falling over to just dead in 18 seconds doesn't make the slightest bit of sense.
I'll have a thing.
Okay, let me
But
know
for
what
right
you
now,
think,
like,
'cause otherwise I might have to swap that one out.
deciding that letting your father-in-law just die seems somewhat out of character regardless.
Oh no! This is if I fail completely to stop Ursula from killing him, then I'll just have to use a Revivify in the bank, essentially.
Unfortunately, the greatest problem with not having killed Lord Winter means we have to give every bad guy a chance. Because comparatively, they're nowhere near as bad.
Oh, of course. Don't get me wrong. I just believe that this is something that Ursula will take very personally, and it will probably come down to saves in like the moment, regardless when she sees him face to face.
Oh yeah, no.
And so, for that eventuality, knowing I could pick him up after he's been killed anyway would probably be very convenient.
Yeah, like Ursula's been putting off all her stuff just to help everyone else. Trying to help, and she was right to a degree about the Nahia thing, which she has come to term with. And then they threatened her son. And then he actually fucking, did it and fucked up her son. And now her dad is there. So
Yeah, I do also
She's al-
remember, like, about half of the party did kind of think, no, The Hague can't possibly actually do anything to Ursula's son. So. What the fuck, Savin?
Look, it's the next thing up in the list. What do you want?
I want to know what that is.
It's a Dracul. Remember, it's the fucking Draco lion from the Hobgoblin.
Right.
I statted
right.
it up. It has a character sheet now.
Oh my god.
Hold on, let me get him.
Very cool.
Arr.
How cool? Draw-cool.
Goddamn it.
nice.
Oh,
No, but yeah, so you can see that.
Yeah, no, obviously it's going to be a hell of a time convincing Ursula otherwise. But also, I'm gonna tell Anaya what she wants to hear. I'm not gonna say I'll try. I mean, that's all I can do is try, but I'll tell her I will do it. And so help me, if I have to res him after, I will.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm certainly not going to go to Ursula with this the very same day. That seems like that would be a bad idea.
Yeah.
So I'll instead let a day pass before going to Ursula. Mano a mano. Ursula,
Yes.
I would like to capture Radomir instead of initially killing him.
I would ask why, but I think I know why.
Indeed. I would like him to be able to answer for himself at least once to his daughter, and it is her request as well. Regardless of that matter, it would be seen as more than a small hypocrisy for letting August get away with all he has done. I cannot force you to agree with this matter. But I can but ask.
That I also takes her axe out and chucks it next to your fucking head. Let it just embed into a fucking wall. Consider his life your wedding gift.
Understood. And I'll walk out and leave her to it, because that, probably not very welcome right about now.
Well, that seems like a pretty great scene to kind of leave off on for the night because it's getting pretty late.
I was hoping I could get like one of my Downtime roleplay things done today.
All right. One last scene. Where do we pick up?
Either Tarn spy talks or like getting to, or like Tarn Marek talks. Now he's actually been put into an item.
Let's do the spy. That's less stress for me. Haven't seen Merrick in a while.
And we haven't seen the spy in longer, but sure.
I mean, actually, we saw like 2 sessions ago.
Yeah, we actually saw him
For
last
like
session.
30 seconds.
I
wouldn't consider that as counting, but you know, you do you.
So yes, you can make your way down to the Pergothian embassy. Talk to somebody who knows a guy who knows a guy who knows a guy who will eventually lead you on a trail to a safe house somewhere in the city where they have been debriefing this Imperial spy. Sans Ring, it's a fairly broad, tall, muscular hobgoblin fella. He's been stripped down to his breeches now, tied to a chair, but the Section 1 officer in charge will defer to you on this for now. There's going to be a couple guards in the room, but otherwise, you've done the Grand Duchy a service, so the prisoner is yours for the moment.
Do you mind if I untie them a little while? Give them a cloak to cover themselves?
Best not. This one's a runner. Don't know that you're in much physical danger, but still, best not take a risk.
I'll give a cloak at least. If you think it's necessary, I won't untie him.
Officer will nod.
Yes, I will actually give them a degree of modesty. Set across from them.
The spy looks up. It's not been roughed up too terribly much, but you can see no small number of bruises around the ankles and wrists. Got a black eye and a pretty substantial bruise on top of the head, where some folks clobbered him down. Spy looks at you, glowers. Who the fuck are you?
I would have thought you'd know to look for me. I am that terribly dangerous deserter, Tarnavak.
Are you, do you have your hat of disguise on now, or are you in dragon mode?
At this point, the enchantment's probably been transferred into the cloak, so yeah, I'm in dragon mode now.
Outstanding. All right. So the goblin leans back as your wings spread behind you. So you're the one everyone's so afraid of. Well, see, you are the monster they said you were.
No more a monster than any member of House Ruzek. Nor, really, any more than they've tried to turn us all into.
Spine spits. Monsters, every one of us. And you at least look it on the outside. Don't got the decency to hide it inside like the rest of us.
Is it really hiding? In here. This whole continent. I see hobgoblins for what for what we've become. They look at us, I see the years of hate. The slaves, the torture, the conquest. Even in Avara, it's here as well, even if it's lesser. You know it as well as I.
I know full well what it looks like, alright? Know what it feels like to walk down the street and have everyone treat you like a rabid animal, sure. Is that what your problem is, Tarnavak? You're just another goblin that got tired of being the monster behind everyone's bed sheets.
To tell you the truth, there are about a dozen people on this continent I give a fuck about. But them calling me a monster, that matters. Everyone else, they can think what they want. It doesn't make a difference to me. It doesn't make a slightest change in the world. You can see me as a monster. You can see me as a knight hero. I know what I am.
And what is it you think you are?
I am a soldier, an officer, a scholar, and a failure. A failure just like every other hobgoblin on this planet.
Now you're making sense at least. Alright, so you hate yourself. Great. What do you want from me? Pat on the back to tell you did fine and we're all the monsters. And we're all shit. Of course we're all shit.
What I want from you I want someone else who sees it. Who sees where we've gone wrong. And how fucking easy it would be to be better.
fine. Just works an eyebrow.
You've been here a long while, haven't you? You've seen all the differences, all the ways that here works or the homeland doesn't. Outside and in.
What? Do you want me to just tell you what we both already know? That this
No.
country's better than ours?
I want your help trying to fix ours.
There's no fixing ours. There's no stopping the machine of war. You know it's coming. So do I. Big, thunderous beast, all crashing down on itself, chomping at the bits, desperate for new blood to shed. It's coming here soon, don't you worry. When it does, well, we'll see which land really was better to live in.
See, you said the magic words. Chomping at itself. The war machine can still be stopped. From inside, from near the top. And I mean to seize the very top.
Alright, so Spy goes chin to chest, shakes his head. So you've come to me, a Imperial spawn, to tell me your plans to what? Assassinate the Emperor? No, that's too easy for you. You want to kill the Crown Prince, don't you?
Who of our people would follow an assassin?
Half the time I'm not sure who of our people follow anyone. So what? You want to fight this prince in honorable combat? Take his crown off his severed head? Fine.
As Brayland did, so shall I. But we both know what you were about to say, I think. That by itself isn't going to do it.
So you kill the prince and then what?
Then the supporters of his faction in the Empire will raise arms. My allies will raise their own. And while we're bleeding ourselves dry, I try to make whatever emerges from the Civil War better.
You're insane.
No. No, I just know for a fact that I can beat the Prince. I can defeat a giant that he's allied himself with. And that I can bring enough of the Empire around. The only question is how much of our people's blood is spilled. And you are one of those in the right position to help make it less. Or at least to make it so the worst of our people are the ones who do the most of the bleeding.
And aside from a ticket out of this hellhole here, what exactly do I get out of helping you?
Quick out of character thing here, Savin. Can you remind me what Jacquard told me about this spy? Did he actually tell me they were trans?
I'm gonna scratch my brain. I think Jacquard definitely intimated it, talking about the ring. And you could probably have gotten that information from the B team anyway, because they would have told you about the capture. So yeah, one way or another, I'm sure you are aware by now.
Well, let's be honest here. Just a ticket out of here wouldn't get you much. The Empire isn't a place that's really worthwhile for you to live in. But if we succeed, we can make it a place where anyone can be who they're meant to be. Anyone can reach any height. Any man, any woman. Rights for all. not just soldiers, not just fighting men, but anyone.
Aren't you just the idealist? I admit, I got into the spy business so I could get the fuck away from the Empire. Live out here where not even my handler would ever see me. Just send a letter back to Avara once in a while. It's a nice dream you got there, at least. Hard to imagine it ever happening, though. You haven't seen the things I've seen there. Oh, you're officer blood. You haven't seen soldiers at their worst. Grunts and slaves and laborers.
I have. I didn't come here because of this ideal. No. You want to know the real reason I first came to this continent?
I have a feeling you'll tell me either way.
I'd seen the very worst our people could be. I visited the pits, the arenas, all of the distractions the Imperial Dynasty gives the military when they're not on campaign. And you know what I realized? If we took that and we brought it here, we'd just get kicked out again. I came here to understand the people of this land. So I could write a little book for our governors on how to properly enslave the catfolk and the dwarves and the elves. How they'll actually respond to being ruled, how to keep them down so that they're just as happy as our people are. But what I found plenty about how they could be governed, but really, what I found most of all was that they don't need to be governed like that. They don't need torture and strict authority and the bloody distractions of thousands of slave girls. And if they can do without that, if they can have good and proper kingdoms, functional civilizations, then we are meant to be better. We are meant to be Agarash's hardened steel, so why, in his name, do we need all of those depraved decadences to keep the Empire going? The only answer is we don't. We indulge ourselves because we can. We indulge ourselves because we want to. That is the Hobgoblin Empire's greatest weakness. We don't understand what it means to be a steel.
The spy looks up at you for a long moment. Red gold eyes staring into yours, then a smile breaks out. Holy shit, you're not insane. You're a goddamn politician in the making. Ugh, that speech is enough to stir a crowd, alright. Alright. Call me a believer, then. Better world and the Empire not just sitting in its own decay and bigotry. Sounds pretty nice to me.
Assuming I'm not about to be arrested as well. I'll glance over my shoulder at the Section 1 guys.
They look somewhat concerned, but make no motion to come clap you in irons.
Surely by this point they're like, this guy is saving us all the money of a second dwarf for this regime change.
Yeah, I mean, basically. They think you're insane, but, you know. They don't have the experience of living in the Empire.
I'll have a word with their station chief. See if she can't arrange something for you to get back to work.
So be it then, Emperor Tarnavak.
You know, I never was rude, but I never did ask your name.
It's Thorner, but I prefer to go by Thorna.
Could you type that for me real quick?
Fact, I think. Oh, it's archived. Hold on. Find character sheet. There we go.
and that is pronounced Thorna. Yeah.
Yes.
Alright, I have noted her down under my allies section on my character sheet.
Nice. I will stick her in y'all's journal.
And though it may make your role a little more difficult, should you wish it, one of my companions has a potion that can perhaps help you more permanently.
I had a ring. The bastards who took me in pilfered it. Found it worked pretty well for working at home and abroad.
I'll see if we can get it returned.
Spy will give you a thankful nod. Yeah, the Section 1 officer will just whisper that nothing like that was turned in, but the adventurers who had turned this particular spy in do have a residence in Adrene. They can hook you up with the address if you want to write a letter to ask for that back.
Who took custody of the prisoner?
Are you asking who brought her in or who picked him up?
Who was the responsible officer for them being brought into the jail?
That would have been Captain Sierra.
I thought so. I will ask her to countersign my letter. Just so the adventurers don't think this is just some hobgoblin trick.
Makes sense. I'll put in a word. For once, Sierra does not simply materialize out of the shadows. So he will have to go and find her.
Yes, I will pen a polite, understanding, but really quite firm letter to the B team, requesting its return, and let's see, they are moderate level adventurers, right? I will include a purse of 200 Well, I will include a letter of credit with the Lichaev trading conglomerate to the value of 250 gold to provide recompense for their loss.
Ooh.
That's for the other party?
Yes.
Yeah. So, I mean, this good money. This good money. Would probably just give the
Oh.
ring back for that.
Yeah,
B
probably,
team,
yeah.
everyone mark down 50 gold. We'll put it in for DCL.
Yeah, happily. Like the moment winter's out and their purse comes in, I imagine Koinu will fucking take a trip down to Avara and give that over.
Well, how much did we get for the, infiltration mission?
I don't know. That was Kina's giving you like 2 sessions ago. Should have wrote that down.
Yeah.
Eh?
I'm pretty sure that was already marked onto B team.
Yeah, I already put that money in.
Oh, yeah. You should have already put that
Yeah.
in. It was 50 gold each.
Koinu is at a whopping
Sorry,
grand
total.
total of 130.
$129 on Victoria.
Slick. I wonder how much EXP training that is.
Probably quite a bit.
Yeah, probably. Would be worth considering as well, as far as having a backup is concerned. Because I've looked at level 11 Scout Rogue, and it's really... She makes a very good level 11 Scout Rogue, holy shit.
Yeah, I mean, dependent on how Empire Quest goes, it's really quite possible she'll be needed.
Yep. Like, Nahia has already, said she'll happily, fund you and help you out with that, but she's not going to war, so I'll be swapping to Koinu when that comes around. So I guess I will have to... I'll roll her EXP dice and stuff post-session, since we've gone on quite late. And I'll figure out how much all that shit costs.
And actually, since I am writing a letter to B team, I suppose I will write a separate sub-letter to Lisbeth, since she did ask write to me. It's just nice, polite.
Can you send a lovely knitted scarf to Tahira for me? She's the most precious Whittle meow.
I suppose.
Yeah.
Well,
If Tahira has a character sheet,
Tahira
give her
is-
that fluffy scarf.
Tahira does have a character sheet. It's true. Hold on. Dig it
Good.
out. Oh,
I will
adult
also
Tahira.
say that about Tahira is that she is in much better condition than Nahia. Because Ursula paid for an extra potion.
Yeah. So that small child doesn't literally perish while we're busy, because winter is probably not going to be easy for her. And she was also, lower of constitute than Salamander. Oh, I'll chip in for helping on postage, that's fine.
Oh, we'll see how much it is.
Yeah.
About 230 copper.
Okay, I'll just mark down 3 gold.
Okay. The messenger will thank you kindly.
So he can get himself a bodyguard on the more dangerous part of the route, whichever it is.
Yeah. Would probably be the one up here. He'll mention that there's been a lot of orc raiders up in those parts. So, he's happy to have some company.
Excellent. That should be pretty good for the East as well, considering they have to worry about Hornets now.
Mhm.
Yeah, B
World
team
is
should probably go.
becoming a less dangerous place.
B team should probably do something about those orcs. I think.
Oh, they
They
will.
already did.
Did they?
I
I don't
mean,
think so.
my research does suggest that Lord Protector Ruka has already killed the scariest orc in the pirate fleets.
That will be happening during the downtime, but yes, that is indeed a thing. Let me grab this. Oh, here we go. On March the 1st, Lord Protector Ruka led a defensive battle in Adrien against a force of Orcish raiders, using the mountain passes to funnel the horde and rout them with a rain of hunters' arrows overlooking a peasant levy shield wall. Ivar officially recognized the Lord Protector's claim to the Valley Castle and has agreed to help fund its reconstruction as thanks for his service to the trade city.
Hell yeah, Lord Ruka!
Good job, Ruka.
Oh, woo.
What a good boy.
So yes, with that being said, now at a bit past 11, I would like to go to bed. I think this is a good time to call it. We will try to get through the last of the downtime stuff double time tomorrow, or sorry, not tomorrow, next session, and hopefully be able to touch on the Rajan meeting.
Cool.
All right, so experience.
Oh, did B team hit level 4 after Hornet Quest?
Probably, but don't super worry about their XP right now.
They
If-
were already level 4.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Like if it becomes relevant to level them up, they'll probably start at some higher level because they've just been doing their own shit.
Okay. Just
All right.
wanted to make sure how she would be able to afford making it up to level 11.
I mean, if she can't, then I'm sure the party will help their new friend.
Yeah.
If and when that time comes.
Cool.
All right. Did you explore an interesting location? No. Did you discover an interesting truth about the world? Maybe.
Yeah, we did in fact find out that let's see here, a whole bunch of shit about a whole bunch of shit about Allegiance Steel.
Yeah. You had a lengthy conversation about soul mechanics as well, so you can count that on in. Did you make a new ally? Yes, Thorna.
Yeah.
Did you advance or complete a quest?
The Hague quest.
Yeah.
Yep, the Hague quest. I think Tarn made material progress on Become Emperor quest, so...
Yes, this in like specifically recruiting Thorna was part of was Jakard's main requirement to him supporting Emperor Tarnavak quest.
Indeed.
Oh, yeah.
Did you discover a new page in a companion story?
Yes. I Ursula and Nahia having their fight. Or, well, I wouldn't quite call it a fight, but that, like, heated discussion, shall we call it?
Yeah.
Yep. You can also mark in seeing Radomir evil chamberlaining over the Iron Veins. So yeah,
Yep.
4 XP for everybody. Just gonna mark that in for Duckles.
Boy, oh boy.
What are you guys at?
390.
390.
Pretty good.
Same. turn away from another ASI.
All right. So, if you're watching on the stream or YouTube, thanks for tuning in. That's it for tonight. We will see you on Thursday for some 4E adventures. Till then, thanks for stopping by. Have a good one.